All right, guys, we're back. See, told you we'd be back. We're here. We're here again doing some more coverage for the Houston Quilt Festival. So now we are just waiting in between demonstrators, and we are going to get started with Margaret Jankowski very soon. So take a look at our schedule. This is what we've got going on for the rest of the day. So we have the sewing machine project with Margaret Jankowski already ready to go, and we're just waiting on her to get ready and get settled. Then after that, we've got Ann Moore from Sew Steady Westalee going to be doing some awesome ruler work at our booth in Houston. Then, if you missed it earlier, we've got Wendy Chow. Wendy Chow is going to be coming back and demoing a little bit more on the new BQ 3100, that really awesome new addition to the Quilt Club line from Brother. After that, we have Cindy Hogan. She's going to be talking about the ScanNCut again and the BES software. So you're definitely not going to want to miss Cindy again. She's doing something a little bit different than what she did earlier today. Then after Cindy, we've got awesome friend of the show and another fan favorite. We got so many fan favorites. We've got Becky Thompson from Power Tools with Thread. She is going to be joining us at 4:30 p.m. Central for Simply Applique, so you do not want to miss that. In addition to that, we've got Barb Mikolajczyk coming back again this afternoon, doing another demo on the Luminaire XP2, so don't miss out on that as well. And at 5:30, we've got Coleen Swettman coming back for more multi-needle embroidery. We've also got 2 pre-recorded demos to close out our evening today at the AllBrands booth. So we've got Reen Wilcoxson from Embroidery Garden showing us how to make a really awesome sewing machine mat in the hoop with the XP2. And then we've got Heather Banks, who is going to be showing some sewing and embroidery brother models online, the ones that you can purchase online. Some of these do have, some of these are Quilt Fest specials. So let's see, lost my train of thought there. So she's going to be doing the ScanNCut. She's going to be doing the SDX 225F, and that is a pre-recorded demo for all of you right over there. And so let's take off this schedule really quickly. We are just waiting for Margaret to get settled. She is almost ready to go. So you guys, if you are curious about any of the things that we are selling at the Quilt Festival, we have a ton of bundles, and we have a huge packet full of all of these bundles that you can get. Now, pricing is top secret. The way you can find out that secret is one of 2 ways. You can either head on over to the Houston Quilt Festival if you are in the area and you plan on coming, or you can give us a call at our 1-800 number. That is 1-800-739-7374. You can get pricing and information there. We've got customer service reps answering the phones. So if you're curious, we can go ahead and we will go ahead and answer any questions you may have there. So please go ahead and give us a phone call for any pricing info. We will be demoing all over there. So let me go ahead and hop in really quickly. We're trying to get some more graphics up for you. This swap was a little bit of a challenge to do for you, but we finally made it. And I believe we have Margaret Jankowski over from the Sewing Machine Project ready to go. So let's go ahead and bring her on. All right.
All right. Hi, everybody. Thank you for coming today. And thank you to AllBrands and Brother for inviting me. I'm Margaret, and I am the founder of the Sewing Machine Project. So this project began in the simplest of ways. Back in 2005, after the tsunami in Southeast Asia, I was scrolling through, online fabric sources like we do. And I came across this article about a woman who had lost her sewing machine in the tsunami. And I started reading it, and I read it again. And for this woman, that sewing machine made the difference between survival and starvation. Now, as a sewer, I'll admit, the first thing that I thought was, oh my God, I don't know what I'd do without my sewing machine. But then I thought, okay, for me, I could live without it. And for this woman I was reading about, that wasn't necessarily true. And it struck me how dramatically a life can change in a moment. And we often see articles online and on the news about disasters all over the world. And I personally have found myself wondering, what could I possibly do that would make any kind of a difference? Like, how could I possibly impact something that feels so huge? Now, it's so easy to feel overwhelmed in the face of something that's so earth-shattering, but I didn't know what I could do. And I was taken with this whole story. Now, at the time, I was working in a sewing machine dealership in Madison, Wisconsin. And every day I was working with people who would come in and they'd shop for sewing machines. And then they would purchase one and they'd say, I don't know what I'm going to do with this old sewing machine. And it just sort of clicked for me, the imbalance of here's this woman with nothing, and here are these people that don't know what to do with this machine. And I thought, well, maybe there's a way to funnel those machines from the people who have them to the people who need them. And so we set up a collection in Madison. And I set it up not knowing if anybody would show up. And within a day, we had over 100 sewing machines. And with the help of volunteers, we cleaned the machines. We weren't technicians. We just made sure they worked. We cleaned them up. And we had 75 working sewing machines out of that set. And then I worked with the American Hindu Association, the chapter in Madison, because people started to say, well, who are you actually going to send these machines to? And I was like, oh, well, I'm not really sure. And just like that, the answer was there. A friend called and said, I know this gentleman that works with the American Hindu Association, and they're sending relief packages over already. So we worked together and we sent machines 5 at a time to orphanages in India and Sri Lanka. And we would take a box and we would fill it. We would take out all the packing material, all the foam and all the man-made stuff, and we would fill it with fabric and notions. And then the things that the Hindu Association was sending, they were sending syringes and they were sending toys for the children. And we would pack these little machines in and we sent them off to India and Sri Lanka to these orphanages. Local service groups in my area, Kiwanis Club, Rotary Club, the Girl Scouts, the public schools, everybody donated money to this effort because it really resonated with them. Well, later in 2005, Hurricane Katrina hit in New Orleans. And at that time, we had sent 25 machines to India and Sri Lanka. And as it happens, I had attended a sewing machine conference in New Orleans like 2 weeks before Katrina hit. And so as I was watching the aftermath of the storm, it was just really, it was very familiar. I was like, oh my God, there's Canal Street, there's the French Quarter. There are these places I was just walking and they were in such chaos. And I thought, we have 50 machines left. I think it's time to shift our efforts to New Orleans. So we did. And in March of 2006, my 14-year-old daughter and I drove to New Orleans with 50 sewing machines in a rented van. And we delivered the machines out of a gutted sanctuary on Canal Street. Now, again, I didn't really know at that point if people were even ready for sewing machines, if they were at the point where they could put it anywhere. And so a friend contacted me and I didn't know where I was going to hand them out. A friend of mine contacted me and said, do you need a place to hand out those machines in New Orleans? My brother-in-law is the rector at the Episcopal Church on Canal Street. And I'm like, great. So that's where we worked. And we delivered, and people showed up. There had been one announcement at the Sunday service that was being held down the street because you couldn't get into the church, and people showed up, and all those machines were gone in less than a day. So since 2005, I have made over 20 trips to New Orleans. We just keep going back with more sewing machines. And on those first many trips, probably the first 10 trips, I was working off of a list of people who had shown up for distributions and we didn't have enough machines. And hundreds, we would show up with 75 machines and there would be 500 people lined up down the street over and over again. So we had this big long list of people that needed them. So I kept going back and I promised that I'd show up, and eventually I did. And one of my favorite stories that I like to tell is before each of those distributions, I would call the next however many people on the list. I'd count up the machines. You know, we have 50. I'd call 50 people and I'd say, do you still need a sewing machine? And some people said, oh, I do. And some people said, oh, no, I've already got one. You know, call the next person. It was really lovely. But I called one woman and her name was Anna. And she said, oh, my gosh, I sure do still need a sewing machine. She said, my husband and I are cleaning up this house in kind of a rough neighborhood down in New Orleans. And in that neighborhood, people are afraid to come out of their homes right now. And there's not a place in the community for them to gather. And she said, we would love it if we could add sewing classes to this gathering space that we're creating. And I said, okay. And she said, well, you know, so could I have 3 machines instead of 1? And I said, yeah, absolutely. You know, so we set that all up, hung up the phone. And within about 10 minutes, Anna called me back and she said, you know, do you think we could have 5 machines? And I said, yeah, we can make that work. Sure. You know, so hung up the phone and I went in the back room of where we had shelves with all the machines that were ready to go to New Orleans. And I was looking for 5 that would sort of work together in a sewing classroom, you know, just sort of similar. And that group couldn't have been more different. And I just was having such a hard time figuring out 5 machines that would work together. And I was called away from the store on that day, hadn't figured out what I was going to do about the 5 machines. And I went off and had my appointment, and I came back to the store. And when I walked in the front door, there were 5 machines lined up by the front door, and they were all alike. And I thought, that's weird, you know, nobody leaves. And I asked one of my coworkers, and she said, oh, you just missed this lady. And along the way. They got their classes just up and running, and John came and met me on a Labor Day weekend and brought brother machines over, and we set them up on Labor Day weekend so that they could have a bigger sewing class in this center. It was really cool. So for the first several years, we worked mainly in New Orleans, but then we expanded because groups all over the country were hearing about us, and they were wanting to find out how they could get machines. So we expanded. And we have set up an application process, and we serve groups, all different kinds of groups. So we serve women's shelters and libraries and after school programs. We do immigrant resettlement programs and help migrants find some good work and find jobs. We do all kinds of different. One of our founding principles is that we ask everybody to pay it forward. So whenever somebody gets a machine, whether they're in a group or an individual, whatever, they are asked to pay it forward in a sewing related way. So we say, how are you going to help someone with this sewing machine? And so some people sew for others, and some people share their sewing machine. Some people teach someone to sew. And that way it gives our work a ripple effect. So I can tell you that we 3,500 sewing machines in the time that we've been doing this work, but I know that we've touched many more lives because of this ripple effect. So everybody pays it forward. Around 2010, we started offering local classes in our hometown of Madison, Wisconsin, where we're based. And we have a really sweet program set up. We work with community centers, and the community centers identify the population that's in need within their clients. So they set up the group, and we come in with machines and a teacher that we pay through grant funding. And then we offer a class that goes for 6 weeks, and the student works on the same machine every week. They learn how to maintain their machine. They learn basic sewing. They learn mending. So one of the projects is bringing things in, like a bag of stuff they found at the thrift store. So how do you hem those pants? How do you fix that hole? You know, how do you sew a button back on? We just do really practical sewing, and then the whole class pays it forward by doing something to give back to the community center, and then they get to keep the machine that they learn. Program and mirror and offer the same thing. We also began offering free mending in our Madison area in 2015, and we started with one site, grew to 2, grew to 3. And we have very set schedules, and we align them. We align our mending table with and stuff like that. You know, any other resource to fix anything that anybody's done. And during COVID, we down, but we're gradually reopening our mending classes, and it's been really powerful all over the country because people get in touch with us and they want to start mending programs too. So we share what we've learned. Because there have been bumps along. Secondhand machines that are really heavy duty mending machines, we send them those machines and they get going. Most of our just a few groups already have containers going, or they have people that are willing to hand carry the machines, and we send machines to people who need them. One of the newest things we've been doing is working with Fort McCoy in Wisconsin with the Afghan refugees that are there. So we sent 20 machines up to the fort, and a bunch of area women collected tons of fabric and took van after van of fabric up there because people came in and they, you know, there's not a lot of time to pack. And so they arrived and all they had was the shirts on their backs, literally. So they were really happy to be able to make some new clothes. And now we're collecting machines. We're getting machines ready so that we can help groups around the country that are resettling people. So as families are moved into communities, and if they need a sewing machine, we can make sure they have one in their household. So we're really excited about that. We absolutely could not do the work we do without donations from individuals and from our helpful corporate partners. So basically, when we look at our machines that we have ready to go, we have kind of a mix of these really beautiful old workhorse machines that are really necessary in some applications. And then we also have sets of refurbished or even new machines that we've gotten from different corporate partners. So just in 2018, Brother sent us 500 refurbished sewing machines, which gives us the chance to send sets of like machines to groups all over the country. It's fabulous. And then after Hurricane Harvey, we worked with other corporate groups. We worked with Brother and Baby Lock and AllBrands and Bernina and Gather. So we do disaster relief work as well. To keep our ship afloat. So that's always a way to help if you're ever interested in making a donation. And you can find out how to do that on our website. You can learn a lot about our organization on the website. You can learn some of the stories. You can read the guidelines if you're interested in donating a machine, and also how to make a financial donation. We also have a really sweet forget-me-not list, which is where people, often sewers, make donations in honor or in memory of a sewer that they love. And so we have a big, long honor roll of donations that are made in somebody else's honor, which is a pretty sweet way to remember. I thank you for coming. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. I thank you for your kind attention today. Hi, Barbara. And here's Barbara and Jim.
So I'm going to need to maybe speak into your microphone.
Okay.
But I just want to say thank you, sewingmachineproject.org for what you do. And AllBrands.com is very happy to announce that we've donated 25 Brother sewing machines to the Sewing Machine Project.
Yay!
In honor of the Houston International Quilt Festival, and thank you so much for what you do. But that's not all.
We are so grateful.
We have Jim from Brother here.
Hi, Jim.
Hi, Margaret. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
And on behalf of Brother, we're so excited to continue our donation. It aligns with our corporate social responsibility as an organization, and we're happy to donate to the Sewing Machine Project.
We are so grateful. Yeah. We are so grateful just for your interest and for your kind donations. It makes such a difference in the work that we do.
Great.
And I hope that you can pay it all forward, but thank you for donating 30 machines on behalf of Brothers.
Yeah,
thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I just want to say one thing. The story Margaret shared about most recently the Afghan resettlement.
Yeah.
That example alone to me is why we do it. I think we're obligated to give back. And the smiles that you see of kind of revisiting that life skill that one was taught early on, and to now have it play out, let's say 30 or 40 years later, with a new machine is amazing. I think that's really important to give back.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you for helping us.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
All right, you guys, that was the Sewing Machine Project. That is Margaret Jankowski, the founder and director of the Sewing Machine Project. So we are eternally grateful that we can continue partnering with the Sewing Machine Project to donate machines and other resources to the people who need it, to vulnerable people who need it. And a lot of this could not have been done without you guys. So thank you. Thank you so very much for supporting us and supporting our business, because since you're supporting our business, we can go out and do all these really incredible philanthropic efforts to help people around the world, around the country. These machines have reached places we never even expected. So we are eternally grateful for all of your support throughout the years and helping us to do this kind of thing. And yes, Anne, oh my gosh, those machines are going to a great, got good machines going to a great home. Like, that is so very exciting. And yes, Diane, it really is amazing. One person started out making a world of difference. It is just the best thing. I love it. And yes, Shan Brother is an awesome company. Oh my goodness. I mean, I just want to give a quick shout out to everyone from Brother who's been helping us out with this, between all of the Brother educators, the ambassadors, and we do have some Brother educators in the chat too, helping us out with answering questions about their product. So to everyone who has helped us out, everyone, there have been so many people, probably more than I even have time to name, honestly, but thank you. Thank you so very much for helping us and helping us become the best Brother dealer that we can be. They are so supportive. They are an incredible company that make even more incredible machines. So we're always very glad to help them out and work with them whenever we can. And yes, Anne, right? I love them all so much. They're all so good. So that was Margaret Jankowski from the Sewing Machine Project. We do have some more coming up today. So let's look at the schedule. So for the rest of the day, we just finished up with the Sewing Machine Project. We are about to move on to some Westalee ruler work with Anne Moore, an awesome Sew Steady educator. You know her, you love her. You've probably seen an AllBrands show or been to one of her classes before. She is an absolute rock star, and she makes ruler work look so easy, because it is. She is such a fantastic teacher, and I hope that you learn a lot from her demo, which is coming up next. After that, we've got Wendy Chow over there in Houston. She is the newest brother ambassador. She's from the Weekend Quilter, and she is going to be showing that BQ 3100 machine. It is going to be awesome, and I can't wait for you to see it. And then after that at 4 p.m., we've got Cindy Hogan, the awesome Cindy Hogan from Cynthia's Embroidery. She's going to be talking about the Brothers ScanNCut and the BES software. And then after Cindy, we've got Power Tools with Thread. We've got Becky Thompson. I know you've all been waiting for her, and she is coming soon. She is going to be talking about Simply Applique. So stay tuned for that. And then after her at 5 p.m. Central, we have Barb Mikolajczyk, another brother educator, who will be talking about the Brother XP2. And then after that, we've got Coleen Swettman coming back again for more multi-needle embroidery machine info. And then at 6 and 6:30, we will have 2 pre-recorded demonstrations for you. We've got one from Reen Wilcoxson, and then we have another one from another brother educator, Heather Banks. Now, yesterday you saw Heather talk about the SE 1900. Today we are going to be talking about
testing.
Brother ScanNCut, the SDX 225F. We are going to be talking about that incredible ScanNCut machine. So I am really excited for you all to see that. And that's going to be awesome. So that's our schedule for the rest of the day. We have more coming very soon. So definitely keep an eye out for that. And we will be, oh my gosh, we'll be doing so much more. So that's just an overview of today. I did want to let you all know that we have all of these specials over on our website. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. This is our catalog or our flyers for the Houston Quilt Festival this year. These are all of our bundles, all of our specials, everything that we've got running for brother products. So please take a look at this. We've got the Luminaire XP2. We've got 14 things we're throwing in with the XP2, but something that I did want to draw your attention to as well is we've got packages for the XE1 and the XJ1. We are throwing in 8 things with these fantastic machines. We've got bundles for the both of these. So if you are curious, please go ahead and check those out. We also have some stuff for the Entrepreneur Pro for the 1055X. We're throwing in some stuff with that. We've got bundles. We are going to be doing bundles with that. The PR 680W, which is new for 2022. So get excited about that. We've also got another fan favorite, the Persona. We have so much, so much going on, and I want you to be here and see all of it. So please go on over to allbrands.com/quiltfest. That is ticking across the bottom of the screen right now. That is where you can find all of our show specials. You can shop all of the category pages for all of the products that we've got. And you can also see a live version of the schedule. So you can kind of see what's going on. You can click through to the category pages where we are running a bunch of specials there. So take a look at that. And if you're curious, if you do want show pricing, or if you would like to get some more information about these machines, please give us a call. We have an 800 number with customer service representatives who can answer your questions and give you special pricing. So if you're interested in any of the machines that you've seen today, please call 1-800-739-7374. One more time, in case you want to write that down, that is 1-800-739-7374. You do not want to miss this pricing, y'all. This is going to be the best pricing of the year. This is it. Once Quilt Festival is over, you're going to have to wait for the next Quilt Festival to get pricing this low and financing that is this good. Most of the products that we are running financing on, specifically Brother, are going to be 60 months, 0% APR, just like you can see on the bottom left of that flyer that's on the screen right now. So this is the entire flyer. Please take a look at it. If there is a Brother machine that you are interested in looking at or purchasing, we are running some sort of bundle or special or something on this product. So please check out the website, and we will have some really awesome specials there for you. So I want to see what everybody is up to in the chat. Whenever you come in, please let us know where you're watching from. I love finding out where people are watching from. We get plenty of people around the world, which I've just come to realize today. I think it's the coolest thing. Lori Walters says, I love ruler work. Me too, Lori. I think it is so fun, and Anne does such a fantastic job of teaching it. So if you ever wanted to do it, now is the perfect time to learn. We've got someone else watching until battery runs out. I hope my power comes on soon so I can watch everything. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I know there were power outages. There have been power outages going on, at least around the South. We had some bad weather yesterday. So yeah, I hope your power comes back because I want you to see some of these awesome specials that we've got running. These are really incredible. And Philbeck says, love my Persona. Yes. And the Persona is it's such a fantastic machine. And that's the one thing that I love about Brother is that there is a machine for everything. There's a machine for every need, everything. And that is so exciting. So again, if you have not yet, please head on over to allbrands.com/quiltfest. You can get specials. You can take a look at all of our show specials there, get some more information about what we are doing, the bundles that we are creating. And if you are curious and you would like to purchase a machine, please call 1-800-739-7374 for pricing. That's 1-800-739-7374. We can get you special show pricing there. So if you want any more information, please give us a call. Let's see. Nancy said, watching from Pennsylvania, ruler work is so much fun. Oh, Nancy, I'm so excited for you to see this then. Ann Moore is such a fantastic teacher. Can't wait for the ruler work. I have some of them, need to learn more. You have come to the right place, and you have come to the perfect place for that. We've got Rita Skinner watching from Australia. Oh, hello again, Rita. It's really great to see you. Cheers to you watching over in Australia. We've got Nilda. Yes, many, many options to choose from. Now, you guys, I don't know if you know this about Sew Steady's templates, but they do offer shank options. So depending on the shank of your machine, we've got high shank, low shank, and we've got some for long arm machines. So if you're concerned about that, there are options on pretty much, I think, every Sew Steady template page for you to find the machine that you are looking for, or find the templates that will fit your machine rather. So that is what we've got coming up next. Let me go ahead and take this flyer off really quickly. And I'm going to go ahead and show you the category page for this special before we go ahead and get started. Let's go ahead and pull that up. I will share my screen with you right now. All right, here we go. And there's my face again. That's so funny. So here is the category page for Anne. This is all of the information that we've got, and this is all of the stuff that she is going to be demonstrating or talking about today. So you're not going to want to miss this. It's going to be jam-packed. We've got some winding way templates. We've got some awesome stuff. We've got these really great stitching line discs. I love them so very much. And that handy-dandy spacing gauge, I'm telling you guys, there's a reason why every Sew Steady educator uses this particular spacing gauge. It is truly a phenomenal, handy little tool. I love my spacing gauge. So we've got Chantel watching from Virginia. We've got Karen Carr saying, I love my Brother machines. Right. I've got an XP1, an upgraded XP1 at home, and I am absolutely obsessed with it so very much. Let's see. Debbie just said, I just found out my husband's leaving for Houston Sunday for work, and if I would have known, we would have gone earlier so I could go here. Hopefully next year. Yes, Debbie, hopefully next year. Come on over to Houston. But I hope that this is still a good substitute for not being able to be there in person. We're trying to give you as much coverage as we can. So thank you for sticking with us through the technical difficulties, through the resets, all that kind of stuff. And we should be getting ready for Ann Moore right about now. So let me go ahead and bring Ann on.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Aren't you glad to be at festival? Oh my gosh. I can't believe we didn't have it last year. Can y'all hear me okay? All right, wonderful. Back at the Sew Steady booth here at the Quilt Festival, we're under the AllBrands brand umbrella. We've got we actually have a lot of specials going on. So come by our booth so you can see what all we have going on. One of the things that I wanted to talk to you about is this special that we have going on. This is a class that I created. Actually, whenever we got to where we couldn't go out and teach classes and things like that, so we were in our studios a lot at home creating things. So I wanted to show you. This quilt is actually on display over here. So come to our booth and I'll talk to you about it more. The special we have going on with it is you get the template set. The class is already on So Steady University. So you're going to get a code. It's a 10-hour class. It's 2 hours at a time. You'll be able to watch those because you'll own the class, and you'll be able to watch it at your leisure. So you'll have it as long forever. So if it takes you a year to do your quilt, okay, you've got the class. It works great. You also get a couple of things that are really brand new. We have had, and I don't have mine on, but we have a Notions necklace that we keep our spacing gauges on. I've been begging So Steady forever to come out with colors of their spacing gauges. Well, they finally came out with turquoise about a year or two ago. It's nice because when you drop your spacing gauge, and it's going to happen, it's on the floor. It matches every floor out there, every carpet, every hardwood. I don't care what, it matches. So they came out with turquoise. Well, turquoise is easy to find, and I really like that. But I've been telling them, you need to come out with some other colors. We, as quilters, are collectors. So they are coming out with a red. And so with this set, you're going to get a red spacing gauge. You'll be the only ones that have it. You'll also get a red Notions necklace. And you're going to get that cute little black bag that we have been showing y'all over here. So some really nice things that go along with it. The class itself with the templates is $120. Normally it's $160 value. So it's a really nice special. That quilt is over there. Come in the booth. I'll talk to you about it. But I didn't want to pull it down because it would have been harder. But here is the quilt that started that particular quilt. So I'm going to see if I can come around. I think I can. This quilt has two names. The first name is Annie's Sampler. My nickname is Annie. All my friends have called me that. My mom calls me that. So after the quarantine hit and we really couldn't get out and teach, all of these ideas for these blocks kept coming to me. And this is what we call a quilt as you go. So this quilt, I made it in a lap size, but you can make it into a king size if you want to. Just keep building blocks and keep adding them. And this little guy right here, it's the blue one right here, inspired the purple quilt over there that has the Flower Power set of rulers. And so each one of these blocks uses a different set of rulers on this particular quilt. Now they have contacted me and they're actually making a couple of more ruler sets that I have used in this quilt. Like you'll buy one of the sets and you'll be able to make 2 or 3 of the blocks just using that set of rulers. And then there'll be another set, I think, and it'll make 2 or 3 blocks also. So it's kind of nice whenever you can buy your rulers in a set because you're going to get a really good different variety of rulers, but you will also get a discount on the rulers. It may be $10, $15, $20 difference as to what it would be if you purchased them all separately. So we'll fold this back up. This will be over in the booth. You're welcome to come and look at it also. This is the set of rulers that I've got a couple of stickies on it. Y'all ignore those. We have these over in the booth, these little arrows, so just ignore those for now. But this is the set of Flower Power rulers, and I'm going to demo one of them for you today. You can see here is that little block that I showed you just a few minutes ago. That's from this inspiration, from this quilt. So I wanted to show you how I make just a simple flower. And then if you'll notice on my work, I will make the block, I'll use my rulers, and then I embellish it with free motion quilting. So I'll show you, if we have time, I'll show you a little bit of that also. Let's put these out of the way. Now, a couple of minutes ago, I went ahead and drew out using my 8-point crosshair ruler, this little guy right here. I drew out a grid, and I'm going to finish it, and then I'm going to hold it up so that you can see it. This is a Choco liner. Yeah, I love Choco liners. This happens to be filled now because I ran out, and I filled it with just an iron off. But even the chalk in them, the white ones and the gray ones, they come off really, really easily. So just let y'all know that. So here is my outline for my flower. See, just easy, easy. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring my flower using this little guy right here. And I'm going to come out to the point here, the point here. So it's going to be kind of 4 of my petals are all going to be a little bit longer, and 4 of my petals will be a little bit shorter. And I just kind of like that little variation. And then I'll show you kind of how I would finish this block out if I were working on it, say, at home or in a class or something. And of course, I have to work standing up. How many of y'all quilt standing up? Yeah, long arm. Not easy, is it? All right, the first thing I want to do is pull my threads up. So I'm going to find that center line, put my glasses on. I hate getting old. I can't see anything. There we go. And I'm just going to needle up, needle down, and bring up my bobbin thread. It's right there. Now, I'm working on a square, and I told you a few minutes ago, I can take these squares. Theirs are about 14 inches. So when I'm through quilting this completely, I will cut it down to about 12.5 inches. I do that by using my 12.5 8-point square ruler, the one that's bigger than this one. I found out it's a great cutting ruler too, and I get my blocks exactly precise. I don't know about you, but I have tried in the past to maybe cut a block to 12 inches using a 6-inch ruler by 24 or whatever. I always get it off by 1/8 of an inch on one side or something. But I found if I use my big ruler, I don't have that problem. So that's what I would use to cut that with. Now I'm ready to do this, and I guess y'all can see this okay. Our templates, let's see if I can get it out here where you can see it. Leonie West designed these for us for Westalee, and these are all made right here in the United States in Eugene, Oregon. And I think that's a really big deal because that means, and I know some of you may be from foreign countries, but this means that there are people here in the United States who have jobs and they're doing these for us. And I really do appreciate that very much. All of the lines that you see on the back, they're all engraved in here. They're going to be here 5 years from now, 10 years from now. They're not going to rub off of my template. So I think that's a big deal. So she has a lot of lines right here, and I have stickers on mine. Let's get those out of the way. Kind of nice. These peel and stick, and you can put them anywhere. So maybe I want to use this line right here for one of my petals. And maybe I want to use the short one over here. I think y'all are being able to see that okay. So let's do that. Yeah. Now you can see it. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Y'all let me know what you can see, because you can see it's right here and I can't see it. I'm sorry. So I'm going to use this line right here, this one back here, and I'm going to use this one up here. Nice long straight line. All of these lines in between are 1/4 of an inch apart down the middle. I also have a center line whenever I need it. So that makes it just easy, much easier for me. So I'm ready to start stitching. And I'm going to line up. Let's see. I need to make that line longer. So let's go ahead and do that. No, I'm good. I'm good. We'll use that one. All right, I'm going to line up my ruler. I know with my ruler foot, it's perfectly positioned in the center of my ruler foot. My needle is. So that's telling me that I'm exactly 1/4 of an inch away from the edge of my template. Okay, and that's where I want to be. So I'm looking for my threads. There they are. Okay, I'm lining up on that straight line I told you about. And I'm going to hold on, and I'm going to do all of this and hold my breath at the same time. Okay, I'm turning it around. Remember, I have the luxury of working on a small piece of fabric, so I can flip that thing any way I want to. Whenever I'm working on a large quilt, I don't have that luxury, so I have to go ahead and just kind of uh, not be able to move it around. So I have the luxury of moving it. So we're going to do that. I'm coming to the opposite side. That keeps me from having so much thread build up. Hey, hun, can you do me a favor? Can you go grab my little scissors that are right there on my table?
And your right hand is kind of blocking the camera.
Gotcha. Thank you. Y'all tell me this because I don't know. This is my husband. He's kind of the president of my fan club. So y'all let me know if you can't see something. Same thing again. I'm still using that straight edge right here and just lining up each time. I would also use my spacing gauge, but I didn't bring it in over here. It's on my table. It's just a little sharp pair of scissors. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, so I almost have an entire four petals made. Thank you. Okay, and I've got the 4 petals made that are the long ones. So now I'm going to make short ones, and I'm going to use the little line that's kind of right across here. It's much shorter. It's going to make a really cute design. Now I cut these threads and get them out of my way. If y'all have questions, please shout them out. Or if there's something I'm not showing you, yes. On this particular one, of course, my hand, but you see the little white pieces of tape, that's stable tape. It keeps my ruler from sliding around as easy. If I didn't have it, it'd go like this. With the stable tape, it holds it in place much, much better. And I tried a few years ago, a friend had told me about skaters tape, skateboard tape. Don't put that on there. It scratches your rulers up really badly. I didn't know that. Yeah, you can see it's just tiny pieces, like half-inch pieces, work perfectly. Okay, I have finished that flower. I'm going to cut my thread, bring it out and show it to you, and then I'm going to show you how I would embellish that. Okay, is that where you can see it? Bring it over here. Can y'all see that? You can see I've got 4 big petals and 4 small petals. Okay, that worked? All right, see my 4 big petals, see my 4 smaller petals? Okay, now I would embellish this, but I like to have some open spaces and then some closed spaces. So typically what I would do is maybe let my petals be the open spaces, and I will do just a little zigzag stitch down here. There's a couple of ways to do that. I can take my ruler and I can rock it back and forth and come all the way down one of these little middle sections. That takes a little bit longer, but it's very, very precise if you do that. But because we need to speed it up, I'm going to go ahead and just free motion it. And in my classes, you're going to have ruler work and free motion work both, and instruction for both. To me, I call my ruler work, that's my foundation, that's my bones. My additional embellishment, that's just skin, decoration, whatever. The creativity, that's a good one. All right, so I would just walk this down, go 2 or 3 stitches, and then I'm just going to zigzag back and forth. Okay, and I would do that on all of 8 of them. Now, I'm down here though, so what can I do to get back over there? Here's what I would do. I love to do just stippling. I call it my E's and ends and gingerbread men. So I'm going to show you my E's and ends and gingerbread men. Get out here far enough that I can work. Okay. If I go this way, and I'll turn that around where you can see it. To me, that's kind of an E because it's going to go this way. If I do an N, it's going to go this way. I did another E. Now let's say when I want to put a gingerbread man in it. Well, obviously I can't do a whole gingerbread man because if I do, then I close up my stitching. And so I want to leave it open so I can move on to something else. So I just put an arm in. So let's put a leg in. And when I get far enough away, I'll stop it and show it to you. See, here's an arm. Here's a couple of legs. Now I'll get out here where I can make a better gingerbread man. But what I'm doing is filling up space. So let's do a real gingerbread man. Or what I would consider a real gingerbread man. Okay, so here's an arm, leg, arm. Does that make sense? And you can see it just, it's easy to do stippling this way. Now I'll get back over and do an E. But now I have to tell you too, if you're not comfortable doing stippling, one of our instructors, Donna McCauley, and we have her templates over there, she made what she calls winding way. And there's like 3 sizes of it. There's a big one, like you do on a full quilt, and then there's a middle and a smaller one. So if you're not comfortable stippling, go get those. And if you need to go really tiny, like what I've done here, after you've used her rulers and done that for a little while, it's a whole lot easier. And you can go smaller and smaller and smaller. I can stipple teeny tiny in a little bitty area, especially if I'm sitting in like a chair instead of trying to stand up to do it. But anyway, that would be how I would do my stippling. Yes, I can. And I'll show you pebbles. Think of pebbles as a figure 8, a chubby figure 8. Snowman. I told him not to heckle me. I have said that, and he says no.
I like that.
I do too. I'm glad you asked that question. When we are free motion quilting, we have our feed dogs dropped, which means you are in control of the size stitches that you make. Do not be upset when you start doing this and you discover you've got big stitches and little stitches and things like that. As you practice, you're going to come up with an even stitch. Trust me. My first ones, they were jagged. Some of them were 1/2 inch. Some of them were like a 32nd of an inch. They were little bitty. But as I did it more and more, I got much more comfortable and my stitches got more even. So that's not really an issue. If you are not comfortable making pebbles, we also have a 1/4 inch ruler. And they're telling me I got to cut it off. So we'll continue over there at my booth. Thank y'all. Yeah, he kind of is. But come on over to the booth and I can demo some more for you. I'll have a comfortable chair to sit in. Sure. Thank y'all for coming. I really appreciate it.
All right, you guys. So that was Ann Moore doing some awesome ruler work stuff with her amazing Sew Steady Westalee templates. I hope that that was really informative, and I hope you learned a lot. So while we were down there in the comments, I was looking into some compatibility between, you know, different machines and everything. Nilda specifically had a question about her FAF machine. And Nilda, to answer your question, I would hate to tell you the wrong thing on here and have that be a mistake. I will say though, most domestic machines are low shank. Really the big spiffy ones are generally high shank from what I understand. I would recommend taking a little ruler, putting your foot down in the down position and measuring the distance from the bottom of the presser foot to the center of that presser foot holding screw that's usually on your machine. If it's about a 1/2 inch, you're going to have a low shank machine, but if it's an inch or higher or greater than an inch, you're going to have a high shank machine. I think I said that right. I hope I said that right. And Philbeck said, I have these for my long arm and my sewing machine. Yes, they're awesome. We have some actually in the cabinet right here. You know what? I'm going to pull these out so you guys can see them. This is just one set that we have laying around in the studio that we've used. This is actually the starter kit, I believe, or one of the starter kits. Now this one comes with a few things. This is the ruler foot package, and we do sell this on our website. So if you are curious about it, this is over on that category page that I have linked online. So if you would like to look into that, please do. Now this is the ruler foot package. It comes with a little piece of paper here. I hope you can see that. Okay, this is the ruler foot package. And this comes with the ruler foot, the 12-inch arc, and the 3-inch feather template. This is, and it's great. It comes with some little instructions for you, just some helpful information for you on how to get started. And again, it comes with that ruler foot. So this is the little ruler foot. I hope you can see it. This is the really tiny, teeny tiny little ruler foot here. And these are just awesome, just to show you what they look like in person or like how they measure up. This is the 3-inch feather template. So this is what it looks like. This is it. And then we have the 12-inch or the 12-inch arc. And this is the 12-inch arc. Now you'll notice there's these little things on the back, these little white things that we've put here. That is staple tape. So what the staple tape is going to do is it's going to keep everything in place on your fabric while you're feeding it through your machine, because obviously you don't want these to slip while you're doing your ruler work. That is the last thing that we want. Such a pain. Don't want to do it. So that is why we have this staple tape on the back and on all 4 corners of this this feather template here. I hope you can see that. Yeah, I think it's coming across here. So that's them. And this right here, I actually have a spacing gauge here. This is what the spacing gauge looks like. This is the clear one. I wish I had a teal one in the studio so you could see it better. Oh, that's bad. Yeah, there we go. So this is the clear. Yes, that's the clear spacing gauge here. We've got all of our different level or sizes of on either side. So we've got our 1-inch right here. We've got our 1/4 inch up here, our 1/2 inch, and 1/8 inch right down here, really small. And then you've got like a little tiny hole drilled in the middle. I'm not sure if you can see that. Probably, you can sort of see it. Let me see if I can catch a reflection. There we go. So you can see that little hole right there in the middle, right up there. That's where you would put the necklace in for your, if you had your Notions necklace, that's where it would go. Guys, these are really quality templates. Like Anne said, they are made in the US. They are really hefty plastic. You can kind of see how thick these are on camera, I hope. They are hefty. They are very hefty, and they are amazing. And yes, Nancy, she agrees with me. The stable tape makes a huge, huge difference when you're quilting. It is truly a game changer. It's just makes it easier on yourself. It makes it way easier for you to get everything done. And this, yes, though, this is just one of the template sets that Sew Steady sells. And these are really, really awesome. And you can do so much with these. Kate Quinn actually demonstrated some of these yesterday, or a few different ones yesterday. I think it was the Flower Power set. They have an oval in there that I actually used to free motion some spider webs on to not free motion to ruler quilt some spider webs on a Halloween quilt that I did. So again, really, really fantastic quality machines. Quality templates. Getting really excited for the next one. So that was Ann Moore doing her thing with the Sew Steady Westalee templates. Now, next we've got Wendy Chow again for the BQ 3100 for New Quilt Club, the newest addition to the Brother Quilt Club line. I am really excited for you guys to see this machine. Ann was actually demonstrating on it previously. So if that's any testament to how great this particular machine is, I hope that is, because yeah, it truly is an awesome machine. So we're just waiting for Wendy Chow to get started right now. And let's see. Yeah, and if you guys have any questions about compatibility for any of these packages, I would hate to tell you the wrong thing on camera. So if you are curious, please go ahead and call our 1-800 number. We do have some folks there answering questions as well as giving pricing. So if you have any questions about a product, if you want to just get something answered before you buy, please go ahead and call, and they've got some customer service reps there that will give you some help on what to buy. And, you know, we do have all these specials that we're running. So please go ahead and check out allbrands.com/quiltfest. And we will, we've been running so many great specials, and we've only got more to talk about throughout the show. So please, please, please enjoy. Oh, Nilda, what is the name of, can you clarify your question? Hopefully I'll be able to answer you if you tell me what the name of, or what you're looking for. Hopefully I can get that for you. But let's see. So we are going on an hour on this stream. So we've been going for a good bit of time today. We've been going since 10:30 this morning. So if you did miss anything from this morning, that's okay. We will be, you can stream this morning already on our Facebook and our YouTube page. We had to jump over to another part, or part 2, I guess, for this video. So please, the ruler kit. Okay, so Nilda, this ruler kit, the one that I just held up, is the ruler foot package. Let me see if I can get a good shot of that. Yeah, this is the ruler foot package with the 12-inch arc and the 3-inch feather. This is just something that we had in the studio that I wanted to show you, just so you could get an idea of the scale and just how large it is. But let me go ahead and see if I can put this in the chat for you. I will get a link from our website to this for you. Oh, here we go. Actually, this one you may be a bit more interested in. I'm going to link you this one too, or I'll link this to everyone actually who's watching. This is one of the larger ruler work kits. This is a 6-piece kit, which comes with that 12-inch arc. It also comes with the ruler foot and everything, but this is another starter kit that Sew Steady has that is also really awesome, really, really useful. It also comes with some, I believe, a download for a pattern. So if you're curious about that, go ahead and check it out. But I think Wendy is ready. So let's go ahead and cut back to the booth, and we will see Wendy demo on the new Quilt Club machine. All right, let's see.
Cool. Okay. Hey everyone, it's Wendy here from the Weekend Quilter. Hi. Oops. Sorry. That. Can you hear me now? Nope.
Oh yeah.
Is it better now? No. Okay.
You're good.
Is it good?
Yeah, maybe choke up on this microphone if it's higher.
Okay. Is it better now?
Yep, that's good.
No. Okay.
This one. So how about just put this one around?
Okay.
I know it's a little tedious, but
All right.
it just simplifies everything.
How does that sound? Better? No? Any different? I'll just talk louder.
You ended up.
Okay, is it better now? Okay. Better now? Yeah, well, I mean, it's just the two of you, so it works. And anyway, so my name's Wendy, and I'm from the Weekend Quilter, and I design and write modern quilt patterns to, show my passion for quilting, but to inspire a new generation of quilters. I also co-host a podcast called Quilt Buzz, and I'm the author of Urban Quilting. So today's demo, I'm going to be showing the awesome features that one of Brothers' new Quilt Club series machines has got to offer. So this is the BQ3100. And so if you've got any questions or you require further information about the machines or you want to give it a go and try, I'll be hanging out on the right side of the stage throughout the show. And you can always chat to one of the AllBrands staff. They're really helpful. And you should ask them for what deals they've got going on as well, because they're the best pricing and packages of the year. Without further ado, I'm going to start showing you some really cool features that it's got going on. So one of my favorite features of the machine is the Sew Straight Laser Vision Guide. And that actually really cuts off a lot of that time where I have to rule out all my quilting guides. So for example, with this project here, that only took me a few hours to put the quilt top together. So instead of actually, cutting and then having to rule out all the quilting guidelines, I just jumped straight to the fun part of sewing, which is always fun. I love that. I'm just going to show you how that works if on a flying geese unit. So with this, the laser line, you'd want to I don't know if you can see on the camera. Yeah, cool. Awesome, you guys can see it? Yeah, so I'd like to, what I do is I match up with the laser light with the endpoint that I want to finish up at. And it's kind of natural in your brain to look at the needle rather than the laser light. So my tip here when you're first using it is keep your eye on the prize and look at where you want to finish up on. So I'm gonna. Oops, it's really fast. All right, here we go. So you can see the laser light, it's not leaving the end point here. So I can get a really nice straight line when I'm creating my stitch and flip flying geese. So I might show another example again, just so that you can kind of get the idea. Oops, that was a terrible cut. Oops. Here you go. So I'm going to line up my laser light with where I want to start finish off at, and make sure it doesn't leave that end point there. So you kind of get the idea there. And the really cool thing about the laser guide is that you can move it from left to right. So just watch where my nail is relative to the laser light. So it's moving to the right, and you can move it to the left as well. So wherever you like. So for example, when you're quilting up your projects, rather than actually having to whip out the Hera marker and the ruler and rule it out every single time, because that takes a lot of time and effort, right? So you can actually skip that process and refer to this laser guide, and match that up with, the previous quilting line that you'd sewn. So I'll show that in a moment. But right now I'm going to switch over and talk to you about the automatic height adjuster. So here's a little sample of that tote bag that's down here. So feel free to grab a copy of the free pattern as well, and you can grab multiple copies of it as well and give it to your friends and family. But anyway, the automatic height adjuster, what that does is the presser foot pressure remains constant so that the stitch length remains consistent across your projects when you're working with different types of materials or different thicknesses. So for this particular project, we've got like cotton canvas here, we've got belting strap, and then you've got your usual like 3 layers of quilt sandwich. So your quilt back, your batting, and your quilt front. So you can imagine like there is a ton of different layers here that you're working with. So I'm gonna stitch this, and as I'm stitching it, hopefully you can kind of see how the stitch lengths remain consistent, but also you can see the presser foot height moving along and adjusting to the different thicknesses of fabric. So I'm going to turn off my laser light and I'm going to start sewing away. Oh, you're going to just, can you guys see the, no, not yet. Okay. We're all good? Okay, cool. Sorry, I'm making you do a workout today. I'm going to speed this up a little bit. So you can see like the presser foot just kind of adjusting as I'm going through that layer of belting strap. So I'm going to pass this along and you guys can kind of see how consistent the stitch length is across the different thicknesses of fabric. So another great thing about this machine is that all the Quilt Club series machines, they make it really easy for you to like identify and find where the 1/4 inch seam allowance is. So with all the machines, they come with like a 1/4 inch presser foot. But one of the functions that I use all the time whenever I turn on my machine is this button, which actually adjusts the needle position so that it's a 1/4 inch away from the right edge of my presser foot. And if I wanted to, I can change it so it's a 1/4 inch from my left of the foot, if you just so happen to be doing that. But I'm just going to use it to the right. Oh, yeah, thanks. Thank you. Just right in time when I'm about to show you how the height adjuster works again, to give you an idea. So, and again, like I said, the machines are great because it tells you, oops, hang on. Oh, whoops. And I like how the machine tells you, like, you know, what's wrong with your thread. So this tells you, check the upper thread here, and it's telling me like, oh, it's come undone. So I'm gonna redo it. And threading the machine is easy because in just a touch of a button, it's all threaded up for you. So you're not fussing about with your threads. Alrighty, let me try again. Okay, so yeah, just watch the foot as it kind of adjusts as it goes up and down. Whoops. Oh, whoops. Oh gosh, I broke my needle. Great. Is there? Yeah, I need the needle. Sorry, slight technical difficulties. Yeah, I know, how convenient, right?
Oh wait, that might not.
Okay, and is there like a smaller screwdriver that I'm able to? Actually, no, I got it. Hang on, I got it. Woohoo! All right, yeah, that's a broken one.
There's no other digits, I guess.
Yeah, it's all good. Sorry, guys. Yeah. Gotta take the foot out. Here we are. All right, I think I'm gonna skip to the next one only just because that took a little bit of time. All right, I'm gonna rethread it. And like I said, it's so easy to thread the machine, and at a click of a button, you can have the needle, the thread threaded through the needle. There you go. Okay. So I don't know if you saw this interesting contraption here. So this is the compact Move It digital dual feed. And this is actually quite different to the regular walking foot because there's a conveyor belt mechanism at the bottom. And what that does, you got a better visibility of your projects, but also it feeds the fabric top and bottom. So when you're working with different thicknesses of fabric or different types of fabric, for example, you might be using minky fabric on the back of the quilt, and on the top you're using more of like the non-stretchy quilting fabric. Or if you're creating t-shirt quilts, this is great for that because it's able to, hold the fabrics together. It stops the stretching and puckering as well. So I'm just going to quickly attach this on. And what makes this quite different as well is that this traditional walking foot, it actually moves or guides the fabric only from the bottom, and the fabric so the feed moves along as the needle goes up and down. So basically, when the needle is in the down position, that's when the fabric's being held. But whereas with this, it's constantly grabbing onto the fabric, whether if you have the needle down or up. So you have greater sort of sort of control over the movement of the fabric and as you're moving it along. And make sure when you are using this to make sure you plug it in, because the first time that I did it, I didn't plug it in and I wondered like what is going on. So I'm going to show this as an example. Sorry, thanks. So you know how I talked about earlier that rather than actually having to pull out the lines again, I'm going to use the Sew Straight Laser Vision Guide as to help me out and figure out where the next quilting line is going to be stitched. So I've got my quilting gloves on. Lower that. I'm going to also adjust the positioning of the needle as well, so it's going to be further away from the laser light. So you can see how the laser light is matched up with this previous stitched up quilting line. So I'll put this down. I'm going to adjust the stitch length. Oh, did it come off? Oh no. All right. Okay. Is it better now? Okay, cool. All right. Is it great? Is it better now? Okay. I'm such a mess. All right. Thanks. All right. So here we go. So you can see how I'm going to get that straight line. So I'm going to go. Oops. So I'm using that Sew Straight Vision Guide here to help me out in determining where the next quilting line is going to be stitched. And the great thing about this Move It dual feed is that you're able to use more decorative stitches as well, and it can do reverse stitches, unlike traditional walking foots. You're unable to do that. So I'm just going to quickly show you how that works with the decorative stitch. But yeah, you can kind of see how I've got that secondary quilting line from that, and I just didn't have to spend any time having to like figure out or like have to draw the next quilting guideline. So I'm just going to quickly show you how that the conveyor belt mechanism works and how that works well with reverse stitches. So I'm going to pick this decorative stitch. I'm going to turn off the quilting guideline on. But yeah, you can see how well how that conveyor belt mechanism guides the material back and front. So it's pretty amazing. And I'm going to pass this around and you can kind of see how nicely spaced all the stitching are. Sorry. the mic is going to drop off. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, so it's all like really nicely evenly spaced. And another really cool feature about this machine is that you can actually, there's several different decorative quilting stitches as well, but also you can create your own decorative stitches with the My Custom Stitch function. So I'm going to quickly show you how that works. Is it going to, cool. Yeah. So I'm going to select the decorative stitch menu, and you can create your own decorative stitch here. And each point that you set, make sure you hit the set button. So I'm just going to create something really random here. And with the VSonic pen, it can get like really, oh, wait, you can't see my screen? Oh, okay. Where do you go? Okay. Let me try and grab. Oh, do you know where Rob is?
I have no idea what he needs.
Oh, I just need him to switch the camera view.
Okay, I'll go for it.
Can you hear? Okay, cool, awesome.
Sending the rescue.
Thank you. But yeah, so I was saying that you can create your own custom stitch here, and you can move the pen. You could get really good accuracy with this pen as well, the VSonic pen. And then, yeah, you can set your different points. So I'm just going to create something really random here. And then before you actually sew it, you can test it and preview it as well. You can adjust the width as well, and the density of the pattern. So I'm going to give this a try. Oh, do you have a... Sorry, I got the little sample again. Thank you so much, Sherry. All right, so actually, before I do that, I need to remove this as well. So give me 2 seconds. Look that up. And then if you like the specific custom stitch that you created, you could always store it and save it as well. So you can have access to it all anytime. So I'm going to give this a spin. Might go a little faster. But here you go. You can kind of see the custom stitch that it spits out. Yeah, that's right. Oh, sorry. Here we go. That's a custom stitch that it came out. So you can make that comparison between the two. I think I might have got it upside down, but you kind of get the idea. Yeah. Cool. Okay, cool. Yeah. But yeah, no, that's basically it in terms of all the really, really cool, awesome features on the machine. If you do want to try out, I mean, you're more than welcome to, I'll be hanging out here, so you're more than welcome to try out the machine, give it your own spin, and make sure you do ask the AllBrands staff as well what sort of deals they've got going on, because they're offering the best packages and pricing of the year, and you definitely don't want to miss out on them. And if you want to follow me on Instagram, you can find me at the.weekendquilter. I do co-host a podcast called Quilt Buzz, so yeah, check it out. Cool, thanks guys. Oh no. Okay.
All right, so that was the really amazing BQ 3100 demonstrated by Wendy Chow from the Weekend Quilter. Oh my gosh, I love this machine, you guys. I really do. It's so great. It's so good. It's so good. So definitely check out our website if you haven't yet. Please take a look at all of the specials that we've got going on over there. And I want to just show you, I wanted to show you really quickly the BQ 3100. This is the package that we've got going on right now. We're throwing in 13 different things with this machine, y'all. So this is very, very exciting for sure. So this is what we've got coming or added on to the BQ 3100 for this weekend only. 15 different things, $2,400 in extra added value here. We've got the advanced quilt software we'll be throwing in. We also have a rolling bag set we are throwing in too. So in case you want to take this to a retreat or a class, then you totally can with this awesome rolling bag set. And this machine is fairly light. I want to say it's only 30 something pounds. So it is really cool and really light. So we have that rolling bag set. We also have the compact move it foot that we are throwing in, and we are throwing in some extra feet for that move it foot. So we're throwing in the open toe foot, the stitch in the ditch, 1/4 inch, the dual feed quilt guide, and the couching foot for the move it. We're also throwing in the wide table, a Visa gift card. We're also throwing in a king spool stand. I know you guys really like to use those larger stands or those larger spools. So we've got a stand for those big spools that we're going to be throwing in as well. So on top of all of that, we are also offering in-store instruction for these machines. Or for this machine. So we're not going to just send it home with you or send you home with it and say, good luck, have fun. We're actually going to show you how this machine works. So as soon as you take it home, or as soon as you come back to the store and you're able to come in for a class, you'll be able to go home and use it perfectly. That's it. Okay. So we're also offering that. We are also throwing in your local brother dealers full warranty service, repairs, and support. So if you do have any issues or any trouble with this machine at all, you can always take it back to us and we will take a look at what the issue is. We're also offering free shipping throughout the contiguous United States. So if you're not here for the festival in Houston, but you're curious about this machine, you can call our 1-800 number for special show pricing. So please check out, or please give us a phone call at 1-800-739-7374. That's 1-800-739-7374. And we can get that show pricing to you for that. So not only are we doing that, but we're also offering 18 months, 0% APR financing on this incredible BQ 3100. That is the last thing that we're throwing in. The last physical thing, or the last like gift that we're throwing in. However, if you purchase one of these brother machines that are in this flyer, you will get all Genuine Brother accessories 20% off at the show with the purchase of that machine. So that is really cool, really exciting. Again, Wendy said it better than I ever could. These are the best specials, or these are the best offers of the year. So if you were considering buying this machine at any point, now would be the time. You know, maybe you're watching this to surprise your significant other with a nice sewing machine. Now's the time to get this one. The prices are as low as they will ever be on any of the machines in this flyer, any of them at all. So I'm going to go ahead and link this flyer for you guys in the chat so you can see just how many things we are running offers, or we are running specials or bundles on. So if you wanted to buy one, now is the time. I'm going to keep saying it because it's true. It's really exciting. So that's what we have going on. You just heard from Wendy Cho. It is the top of the hour. It is 4 p.m. Central Time. So right now we will have Cindy. Let's see, we have Cindy Hogan. Yes, we have Cindy Hogan coming to do some stuff with the ScanNCut and BES software. So get excited for that. Then after Cindy Hogan, we are going to have another favorite. We're going to have Becky Thompson. I know you guys have been asking about her, and she's coming. She's here. She's going to be here at 4:30. She will be doing, Becky Thompson from Power Tools with Thread will be doing some demonstrating with Simply Applique. So please stay tuned for that. And then after that, we will have Barb Mikolajczyk coming back to do another demonstration on the Luminaire XP2. After her, we will have Coleen Swettman coming to do another demonstration on Brothers multi-needle embroidery machines. And then to wrap up our first full day of the Quilt Festival, we have 2 pre-recorded demonstrations. We've got one from Reen Wilcoxson of Embroidery Garden, who is showing you how to make a sewing machine mat to put under your machine on your table. It's super cute. And then Heather Banks is going to be talking about Brother models that are available for purchase online, because some of these you can just add to your cart and buy online right now. So she's going to be talking about the SDX 225F, which is one of the ScanNCuts from a couple of years ago, or I think last year, if I'm remembering right, that is currently available online for purchase. She is going to show you the different things that you can do with it right out of the box, some of the features, the things that come with it, and just a few things that she's done with that particular machine, just to spark a little creativity in you. So that is what we have going on for the rest of the day. And then tomorrow is going to be just as jam-packed. We have so much going on tomorrow as well. We're going to have more live giveaways from So Steady. We're going to have more demonstrations from Laura Starr. We're also going to have Angela Wolf tomorrow. So Wolfpack, if you're watching today, get excited. Angela will be on tomorrow. She'll be on tomorrow at 12:30 and 5 p.m. So keep an eye out for that. Get excited about that. And let me know where you guys are watching from. I'm always curious where you all are watching from, because I just want to know. So please let me know where you're watching from down in the comments. And I'd like to say hello to some folks in the meantime. And Philip says, yay, Becky, Coleen, and Reen, right? It's like the perfect, I don't even know, I can't even say trifecta, because there are so many more cool people than just them that are going to be here. So very, very, very excited about the rest of the day today. And then we're going to have Cindy Hogan come on in just a few minutes and do a live demonstration. So get very excited for that. And thank you all so very much for staying tuned with us throughout this entire day of coverage. It's been a crazy day full of a lot of information. So I hope you have been able to absorb all of that info. If you missed anything throughout the day, don't worry about it. This video, the one that we are streaming on right now, will be available for rewatch as soon as we go off the air this evening at around 7. So just keep an eye out for that. And then this morning up until I think about 2:30 is already available to watch. So you can go back and watch everything from this morning. That is already up on our Facebook, our YouTube, and I believe on our website as well at allbrands.com/quiltfest. So take a look, keep an eye out for those. And now it is time for us to hear from Cindy Hogan. So let's go ahead and bring Cindy on.
Today we're going to talk about, I'm going to take a deep breath. Today we're going to talk about BES Blue. And if you have BES 4, it is very similar to what I'm doing today. So and if you have BES 4, you do not need to purchase BES Blue. I'm going to say that right off the bat. You do not need to do that, because BES Blue is built into BES 4. But I do want you to know how they interact with the ScanNCut. I'm going to focus on that mostly today. But while I'm doing that, I want to pass around a few things that BES has in it so that you can kind of get an idea of what you can do with it. So here's an applique. I scanned in my coffee cup. I created the applique in my BES software. Added my text in there, and that was a quick and easy and done. This is what's called word collage. So you can do that. You can scan in quilting patterns that you purchased. So this is a purchased quilting pattern. I scanned it in and I turned it into appliques in my BES software. And let's see here. Now the BES Blue has 199 built-in fonts. These are my BES 4 stitch outs, so there may be 2 in here that are different, okay? But other than that, they are basically the same as far as which fonts come in. These are the fonts that are built into the software. So with that out of the way, let's go scan something in and turn it into an applique in our BES software. Am I not plugged in? Maybe not. All right, so what is cool about a ScanNCut? As you all have probably heard me say before, if you can scan something in, you can cut it out.
But when you add in embroidery software, you can do so much more with it than just scanning it in. Let me open up my BES Blue. And let's say okay here. All right, I am going to, told you I have my stickiest mat there, right? I've got a pattern here. I'm going to scan in this guy right here. It'll scan everything in, but I'm going to grab this one right here because it's a pretty clean, easy thing, and I can see doing an applique with it. So we're going to come and load it, our mat, into the machine. And guys, that blue tape actually comes off. It's the white color balance on your scanning mat. We just haven't taken it off yet. I'm sorry. I don't know. I apologize. So can you see my screen now? Thank you. Okay, stylus. So we're going to scan this in. I'm going to touch the scan button or the scan key. We'll touch scan, and we are going to say scan to cut data because we are going to cut it out of something else. So I'm scanned to cut data. I'm going to say start. And somewhere in my pocket, I have a USB drive. I thought, oh, nope, it's in the machine. Good. Where I want it to be. I could go wirelessly, but that would mean I need to get wirelessly connected on my computer. That's more time than we have for today because my computer's being ornery. I'm going to crop and tell it what I want it to identify. I want it to identify that wreath right there. We'll touch OK. So as I said, ScanNCut is great. And if you came and watched my spiel this morning, we did a whole lot more with the ScanNCut itself. This afternoon, I'm just kind of expanding that into the software world. We want outsides and insides, which is region detect. So this right here is your region detect button. If I only wanted the outside of that wreath, I would touch the first key. But I want the second one because I want both the insides and the outsides. So we're going to choose region detect. We're going to say OK. And I can save this to my Canvas workspace, which is this one. Or I can save it to the machine, or I can save it to USB. Since I am not on my phone internet, I'm going to go ahead and save it to my USB drive. It tells me the name of it. I go ahead and touch OK. We're going to unload our mat. And Robert, you're up. Flip my over to the computer. Yes, sir. Okay. I'm going to put my USB into my computer and let's pray that it likes me today. We'll go up to the application key. That is where it says BES Blue on it, okay? If yours BES4, it'll say BES4. They both work the same way. We're going to say import FCM. FCM stands for fabric cutting machine, or as I like to call it, that you will remember it, fancy cutting machine. And I want you to do the motion when you do it, okay? You got to get those knees in there and say fancy cutting machine. Go ahead and let's say import FCM file. All right. Now I need to find my USB drive. That's where we're crossing our fingers to say, yes, it's going to find it. We're going to open that up. There's my wreath. I'm going to go ahead and say, okay. Now, since I did region detect, you'll notice that I have an interior part of my wreath that I don't actually want there, because it looked at the inside and the outside of that area. I'm going to go ahead and grab that and get rid of the parts that I don't want. See how easy that one was? That's gone. Now let's grab that one and get rid of it. I am good with that. I think I want to get rid of that part and that part. Are y'all good with the rest of that? Anything you don't want it to turn into an applique, you can delete, okay? And if I wanted to come in here and finesse these little lines, I could do that as well. I'm going to come and grab this part, the outside, and I'm going to go to my Tools tab and say, Convert to Applique. Bam, I have an applique. You want a little bit fancier applique, we can come over here from satin and we can say, all right, I think I want a blanket stitch. Now, sometimes blanket is not the prettiest thing, so just be prepared if it doesn't work real well. Simply because there are so many ankles on that, sometimes it confuses the software, but that's not too terrible. The motif is one of my favorites to play with. There you go. You've got a little motif, and when you go down here and look at your motifs, you have tons of different motif stitches that you can choose to apply to it. So if you want a candle wicking style stitch, you can do a candle wicking style stitch. We could do the same thing for this inner part. So let's come and grab it. I could have done everything at once, guys, but I kind of like to say, okay, I want to do this part. I want to see what I've got going on. I don't want to get all nuts and do it all at one time because I might want to do something else. And I'm not going to do the bow. I'm going to sit here and tell you, I'm not going to do this bow. We're going to bring in something else and show you what else you can do. So let's go to our home tab and look at our built-in designs. There's about 809 built-in designs into this software. Let's see if we find a bow somewhere. How about this one? This design has a, I'm going to come and zoom in on just that area. Now, I want to get rid of everything besides the bow. So I'm going to come over on my left-hand side and grab all of the parts of my bell and press delete on the keyboard. All right, I got a bow. Wasn't that easy? So instead of having the entire thing be an applique, I'm going to come in here and grab and make my bow bigger because it can be completely resized and make it how I want it to be. All right. So that's good. I'm happy with that for the most part, but I think I might want to futz with my wreath now a little bit because we converted to an applique, but we still have room to work with it. So let's come grab this part right here. This guy right here. Let's go to our tools tab and choose edit shape. I can come in and delete that point. I can't see what I've got down here. I'm going to delete those points. And let's right mouse click away. See how I got rid of those? I've got another one. Let's get rid of that one. Let's right mouse click and make it a circle here. I'm trying to see. There we go. Normally, guys, I give you like a cat and go for it, but today I decided to get fancy and give you a wreath. You know, what can I say? Probably not my finest hour. Can do the same thing with these. Edit shape. Let's get rid of these guys down here. But I do like the fact that I can do other things with it besides just what it does immediately. Now let's take this guy, delete him, right mouse click. Have y'all ever felt like you're doing the wrong thing today with your mask? My mask keeps slipping. It's kind of like my pantyhose falling down. My mask keeps slipping. So there we go. We're going to kind of take that one and get rid of it. Oops. Where'd that go? Let's go smooth so we can figure out what's going on. Right mouse click, and you can basically just kind of futz this one around a little bit. And if you want circles for your balls, we go to our home tab one more time, go to the add design tool, and let's find something that has a circle in it. What have I got? How about mouse's eyes or bunny eyes? That's not a mouse, it's a bunny. My mouse, your bunny. So let's come down here and find our mouse parts here. Delete. And we're almost there with this one, but we have multiple parts in the back. So we only need the one circle. Let's go get rid of these. And looks like I have an extra run stitch there. Oops, undo. Undo is a girl's best friend for today. We're going to press that, press delete, and now I'm left with a circle. Let's change its color to red, unless you want another color. Is there a color you would prefer to red? Let's make it bigger. Come here, and then you can just copy and paste it. Or you want to go a little bit easier, we can do just a little bit easier. We can go to our Tools tab, and we can say Arrange and arrange it on a circle. We can tell it how many we want. Let's say I want, how many do we have down there? Oops. Were there 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Okay. So we'll go with 6 and we'll just rearrange them a little bit. I'm going to go with 8. And I'm going to shrink this circle in a little bit because I don't know how big the circle actually was, but I think it was smaller than 3 inches. So now let's apply it and click OK. All right, I need to shrink it in a little bit more. I was close, but not quite there. And pull it in. And you can leave the ornament, the balls up there if you want to, or you can remove them. I'm going to get rid of our artwork because we no longer need that. And let's get rid of that ornament. So ungroup. And we can get rid of that, whatever we want to call that, that ball. And that ball. You can leave it in if you want. But I think I'm good. Now I'm ready to cut it out, okay? Like I said, you can sit here and perfect this, and I would. I'm that anal retentive that I would sit here and futz with it. But I am not going to do that to you today. Today I will go up to my application key, and I will choose Export and Export FCM. Now, heaven forbid if you have a different cutting machine that takes an SVG file. You could do that with our BES Blue software as well. But we know that you would much rather have a brother cutting machine. So FCM file is what I'm selecting instead of an SVG file. Nobody else has the scanner. And guys, the scanner is the bomb, okay? We're going to say, what is this? A wreath. So I'm going to name it a wreath and press save. All right, I'll live on the wild side. Normally I would have adhesive backing on the back of my fabric, okay? Rosemary and I got our wires crossed. I thought she was doing the fabric with the backing and I was doing the fabric to fussy cut, and she thought I was doing the fabric with the backing and she was doing the fabric to fussy cut. So neither one of us have fabric with any backing on it, okay? If I was cutting with a backing, I would not be using my fabric mat. I would be using my standard or my low tack mat because I personally cut my fabric face up and I peel off the paper off the back of my adhesive backing. As I say this, I want to caution you. When you think that your adhesive backing is on your fabric well enough, you need to iron it again. Okay, because if you don't, it will stay to your mat, and that is not optimal. If you cut with something that's not a brother product, you want to make sure that it's not going to stick there. There is a Floriani product out there that if you cut face up with it, it is permanently adhered to your mat and you will never get it off, okay? But if you're using an adhesive backing that we're used to, then you're fine. Just don't go outside there with the ones that got the glue on it that says, oh, it sticks so pretty to your fabric before it moves, okay? That's not the one. If you do that, you're going to cut face down with your fabric mat. But for the rest of them, make sure it's ironed and melted to your fabric and we're good. And we're going to load our mat in. This is your load key or your load button. And I just did a no-no. You should safely eject your USB drive, not just yank it out, but we are in a hurry today. If I crash my computer, I'll charge brother for it. We're going to touch retrieve data. We are coming from a USB drive, okay? Here is my wreath that I just did. Now, what I did not do, okay, well, that's good because I forgot to do something. So don't show it yet, Robert. I forgot one last button. I got so excited about making it, I forgot to create the applique itself. All right, so we've got that applique, the inside and the outside, right? Let's go touch our ScanNCut key so that we have an applique, so that we can actually export what we want it to cut, okay? That generates our artwork wherever I'm used to this being behind me, so it's really kind of throwing me. Go up to your application key and this time export that FCM file. Computer. Oh, God, what is it? Garcon. So wait a minute. They didn't see the magic of my button. Hold on. All right, let's go over here to my home tab. So here's what I got when I got over to my ScanNCut. Are you seeing me? How about the computer? Okay. All right, we're in. We're in. All right. So I've got my applique created, right? I need to touch my ScanNCut button. Otherwise, it's going to send every bit of that over here. And I don't want to cut every bit of that. I just want to cut the applique pieces. So I'm going to cut my ScanNCut, touch my ScanNCut button. It generates this piece of artwork. Now I can say export FCM, put it on my USB drive and click save. So now it's just giving me the 2 pieces to cut, which is exactly what I want instead of all that other nonsense. You would normally safely eject your hardware. I'm not. All right, ScanNCut. Garcon. ScanNCut. I know it. I'm telling you. So we're going to go retrieve data. Is the right thing up there? All right, y'all are the ones that tell me. We're going from a USB. Here's my wreath. We're going to touch OK, and it looks like it's going to draw. Because BES Blue can assign a drawing and a cutting line, you will see both here. If you don't want to see that, go to your edit menu, select all, object edit. We need to group it so it doesn't fall apart, first of all, and then we can turn off that fill pattern. There you go. So now we have our wreath. You ready? I've loaded my mat in. I'm ready to take a picture of what's on my mat. So I'm going to touch my background scan key. And as I said, normally I would have adhesive backing on the back of my fabric, but I do not. So it's going to scan it in. I am not going to count grid squares or anything of that sort. I do have my thin fabric auto blade in. If I'm cutting fabric without a backing, I am using my gold thin fabric auto blade. It matches the gold fabric mat. If I'm cutting with a backing on it, you're using your standard black auto cartridge. Take your wreath, drop it over wherever you want it to go. The fun part is if you have fun fabric, you can come in here and grab and make sure that, let's say we wanted the star right there on that piece of fabric. You can actually make it and move it where you want it to go. It will allow you to zoom in to 400% so you can really get in there and navigate to what you want to see, okay? We're going to go ahead and touch OK, touch OK again, touch OK one more time, and now we need to tell it what we want to do. Because this can cut, it can draw, it can emboss, it can pierce. There's many activities. Foil is one of my favorites. We can go ahead, and I'm not a paper person, but I love the foiling technique. If you go over there and look, I've got an embroidery design that was a line design that I have foiled onto cardstock to match the embroidery. It is really pretty slick. It's just a simple line drawing that was lots of fun. I encourage you to come talk to Rosemary and I. We're all things ScanNCut, and I'm all things software. So any brother software product that we have that you have a question about, I am your answer service. Okay, let's go ahead and unload it. And let's see if I didn't check. Did I have half cut on? Oh, y'all, somebody put it did have half cut on it. Okay, I'll have this cut in a second. I was praying I didn't, and I know I didn't have it on purpose. But I did not, I must have had half cut on. It didn't even score it. Or did I draw? Half cut is off. Start. Cartridge is in. This will be a pretty fine demonstration if it doesn't cut anything, huh? Y'all just say how pretty I am. Because I swear I can't tell if it's cut or not. Can't see. Aha! Maybe I didn't have it latched all the way down. There we go. So here is my beautifully cut wreath. And you would normally use your spatula to pick it up, but there you go. And you are ready to applique it, okay? All right, guys, y'all have a great rest of the day. Not my best demo ever, but you got the point.
All right, y'all. So that was the awesome Cindy Hogan showing you another demo on the Brother ScanNCut, y'all. That is, oh, I love ScanNCut so much. I do. I think they're great. So thank you all so very much for tuning in. We are just, it's 4:30 right now. So we've been streaming here on this video for about 2 hours. We've been streaming for the entire day though, since 10:30 a.m. So thank you so much for hanging in there with us throughout the day. This has been so fun and I hope it's been informative for you. It's been very informative for me. I feel like I'm learning a lot too. So I am like right there with you. So let's see what we got going on for the rest of the day. Let's pull up that schedule. So this is the rest of our schedule. We have, or you just saw Cindy Hogan do her demonstration on the ScanNCut BES, or the ScanNCut along with the BES software. So that is done. Now we are moving on to the awesome Becky Thompson. I know you've been waiting for her all day. So she is going to be demonstrating on the Simply Applique. So I'm very excited for you guys to see that. And then after that, we've got Barb Mikolajczyk doing another demonstration on the XP2, Coleen Swettman coming back to do another multi-needle embroidery demonstration. And then to finish up our day, we have 2 pre-recorded demos, one from Reen Wilcoxson and another from another brother educator, Heather Banks, talking about the ScanNCut, the SDX 225F. So I am really eager for all of you to see that. So stay tuned for the rest of the day. Now, so we are going to be moving on very shortly to Becky Thompson. But before we get started on that, I did want to remind you all that you can take a look at all of our show specials at allbrands.com/quiltfest. It should be taken across the bottom of the screen right now. So that is allbrands.com/quiltfest. Over there, we have all of the information on any packages that we're running. I'm going to go ahead and pull that information up for you right now as well. So this is the package that we've got going on right now, or these are some of the packages we've got going on. This is the BQ 3100, which you just saw Wendy Chow demonstrate on. But if we go all the way back up to the top, we start off with the XP2 and we just keep going down. There are bundles. There's a bunch of stuff. Guys, get in there, hop in. You're getting a bunch of stuff free with a machine purchase. And these are the lowest prices of the year. They are not going to get any lower, especially with all of the financing that we're doing and the things that we are throwing in. So please check that out. It's over at allbrands.com/quiltfest. You can see that information ticking across the bottom of the screen right now. So check that website out. And if you guys want to check up on any show pricing or anything like that, please give us a phone call. Even if it's just a question about a machine, or if you have any particular questions about compatibility, please give us a phone call. Call our 800 number. We have customer service representatives there working to answer all of your questions and get you pricing. So that number is 1-800-739-7374. I'll say it again for you if you're just listening instead of watching. That is 1-800-739-7374. So please, call that number if you are curious about any pricing. We can give you special show pricing over the phone. So please give us a call. And then again, you can take a look at all of these bundles and take a look if there's anything that you might be interested in purchasing. We are throwing in so much cool stuff. And I hope that these demos are just a testament to just how awesome these machines are and just how much they can do, because they can really do a lot. And this is all of the demos, or all of the bundles that we've got right now. We've got special silver and gold bundles that you can also add on to some of your purchases with these machines. We'll throw in other equipment or other accessories for you if that's something you might be interested in. But this is it. I'm going to go ahead and link this again in the chat for you guys, so that way you can see it and you can check it out for yourself. It is also on allbrands.com/quiltfest if you are interested. There's a button at the very top of the page that will link you to this flyer. So that is that. We have so much more going on today. I think we've got 5 more demos and then we are done for the day. But today has been very eventful. Let's see who else we've got. Shirley says two of my favorite people, Cindy and Becky. Right? I'm really glad that this was a nice little back-to-back. Ann Philbeck says, really need more info on Simply Applique. Becky is a great teacher, right? Becky is an awesome teacher, so I'm excited to see this, and I hope you all are ready to learn. Lisa says, I love Miss Becky. Power tools with thread. Yes. Connie also says, I love Becky. Delia Sotelo is watching from California. So great to see you in the chat as always. Delia. Mary Strong says hello from South Carolina. Also really great to see you, Mary. So thank you so much for watching with us. We've also got Sherry Hernandez in the chat saying, really enjoyed my Vicarious Quilt Festival. Looking forward to Becky Stanfield Thompson. Me too. Oh my gosh, y'all, I am so excited about this, and I hope you are too. This has been such an eventful day already, and we still have more. This is only the first full day of the festival, so don't panic. We are going to be streaming every single day of this festival. So we're streaming all day tomorrow. We're streaming all day on Saturday. And then we'll be streaming from about 10:30 a.m. to, I think, 2:30 p.m. on Sunday, on Halloween. So keep an eye out for that. That is something that we will be doing, and I am beyond excited about that. We've got Linda Shelton watching from Fargo, North Dakota. I hope you are doing well. Oh my gosh. We've got Ann Williams. Hello from Bennett, North Carolina. Love watching both Cindy and Becky. Yes, welcome. You've come to the right place then. Perfect. We've got Cindy Caston looking forward to learning more about Simply Applique. Yes, I really hope that this is a learning moment for you guys. So let's go ahead and let me see who else is in the chat. We've got Jerry saying hello from Florida. Oh, it's so good to see you, Jerry, in the chat. Connie Chamberlain says, I'm in her Facebook group. Yes, Becky does have a Facebook group. And honestly, this is a good time to plug this. So do we. We also have a Facebook group called Sew Forum. So if you would like to join Sew Forum, the link to join is actually in the description of this video. So you can go ahead and join that way. But now it is time to bring on Becky Thompson. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and let her take over. And
Mic is not on.
It's on.
No. Check. Better. That's great. So, hi. So what I am here today to show you, my samples are going around and you guys can see them down in the front. What I'm going to show you how to do today, my husband's got the bags back there, Mr. Keith. Those are a couple of cute little treat bags or tote bags that came from Pat Sloan's new book, Holiday Celebrations. She asked me to be part of her book tour, and the bags and the little bunny pillow are what I made to help her promote her book. So that was a lot of fun and a huge honor for me. Who's a Pat Sloan fan? Yes, we all are. She's wonderful. So what I'm going to show you how to do today is I'm going to show you how to take a book pattern. What do I do with my book? Around here? Right there behind the chair. We all get books with paper applique patterns, and we want the normal way to do this. Don't forget, you get your light box or a window, and you trace it all around, right? So you have to trace. And then you iron it onto a piece of fabric, right? And then you cut out the fabric, and then you put the fabric onto your background, and then you stitch, stop, turn, stitch, turn, stop. Oops, fix that. Stitch, stop. Oh, dang it. Stitch. I need a glass of wine, right? That's what we do. So I love applique quilts, but I just don't have the patience for that. I don't. I have a life to live. He keeps me very busy. We got an RV and dogs, and I'm busy. And so I really searched for some way to be able to automate that applique process. I came across this software. It's called Simply Applique, and it's very inexpensive, and it is so simple to use, you guys won't even believe it, okay? I do use a lot of embrilliance, but Simply Applique does something that embrilliance does not. And Simply Applique will take a scanned paper pattern from your ScanNCut. I make a copy from the book on my printer, okay? And then I will scan it into the ScanNCut, and the ScanNCut's going to create 2 files for me. It creates the FCM file, but I upload to the Brother Canvas cloud. You can do it right on the machine, whatever you want to do. But what it's going to do is it's going to download a cut file, so I don't have to do this around that placement stitch when I do embroidery. And it's going to download the FCM file. And that FCM file turns into an embroidery file in Simply Applique. And it is so incredibly simple to do. You guys won't believe it. So what I want to do on these samples out here, I had showed y'all this book from Nancy Halverson's, Count on It. This is in every quilt store across the country. Okay, so I made a copy of the numbers out of here. The numbers that you see down there with Santa and the snowman and the little bats. I still need to make 4, 8, 0, and 7, and that's what I'm going to do. Today I'm going to make one of the numbers. So to do that, I went ahead and traced the paper pattern. Let me pop this in the USB. Sweetie, I need the HDMI cable into my laptop.
Okay, it's actually under. Oh gosh.
Okay. That's it. Let him. He's got that. He's got that. We have people for that.
Have your people call my people and then plug it.
Do what? What's going on?
So this is how long it is.
Okay. Well, then let's put it in this chair.
Does that work?
I don't care. That's fine. Yeah. Well, it's not plugged in, so it's. Yeah, I know. It'll come on. Okay.
Where do you get Simply Applique?
You get it right over there at that red tent.
Okay.
Okay. I told him you bring a whole bunch because my viewers want to see this. My people, my peeps. That's right. Hello. Let's put it on the ScanNCut right now.
I'm going to step a little bit too low.
I'm doing the Cindy Hogan dance. That's what she was doing, right? Okay, so I'm going to retrieve data. So we're going to pretend that I used the scanning mat. And the scanning mat is the one that has the clear flap over it and there's no sticky. If you guys don't have one of those, I recommend that you get one. If you're going to be doing any kind of paper applique patterns, you want that because it keeps the dog fur and the cat fur and the fuzz and all that, your straight threads out of your scan. So let's make the 4. What do you say? Can you guys? Okay. So I'm pulling up the 4. Now, I have backed with heat and bond. Now, Cindy told you guys, if you're going to use fabric with heat and bond on it, you make sure it is super adhered to your fabric. Like heat and bond has glued itself to your fabric. When you pull it off, it should look super shiny. Okay, it needs to look super, super shiny. I'm going to take the gold fabric mat, and it's really sticky. It's a lot stickier than the one I have at home. And I'm going to put it heat and bond side down. If I ruin the mat, John can take it out of my pay. And I'm doing this for free, so, right? I'm going to load the mat. Okay. So, oh, what's that about? That's not me, right? All right, so you guys can see the 4? Can you see the 4? Here's the beauty of the Brother ScanNCut, okay? I've got my fabric on my mat. It doesn't matter where it is. It doesn't matter where it is at all. I'm going to hit scan. I want
And I do this especially when I'm doing a multi-piece applique. I've got, let's say I'm doing the Santa Claus. I've got his little hat over here in black. I've got his leaves from his hat over here in green. And it doesn't matter where those pieces are on the ScanNCut. I can move that fabric around, or the design around, so it fits on the fabric where I want it to. So see how my 4 is a little tall? That's no good. You can't see it? Well, I'm going to move my 4 down. Can you see it? Okay, so the 4 was up here like that. That's no good. No bueno, right? So I'm going to pull it down. And if it's mirrored, you need to make sure you put it back the way you want, okay? Because you'll screw that up the first time. I'm just saying it's okay. Just own it. It's fine. All right? So now I'm just going to say cut. That's all I have to do to it. I'm going to tell it, okay, please select. I want to cut. Make sure half cut is off. And I'm just going to hit start. So in less than a minute, it's going to cut out the piece. When you're using this software, Simply Applique, and the ScanNCut has created that FCM file. Once that FCM file's been created, you cannot change the size of your applique piece. Okay? If you change the size, the embroidery won't work. It won't work at all. So we're doing good here. Let me put my hoop in my machine. They have black in there. I guess I'll use your black. I wanted to use some orange, but okay. Oh, we're finished cutting. Let me eject the mat. Let's see how we did. How about that? Who wants to cut holly leaves with scissors? Anybody? No, I don't. That's miserable. I even did, if you don't have a ScanNCut, I even did Kimber Bell's Candy Corn Quilt Shop. I just did a 14 video series on that, and I cut most of those pieces using a ScanNCut. Okay?
So you would hear the heat go onto your fabric?
Yes. There's
on
heat.
The iron?
Yes. First. Yes. Okay? So there's my 4. Now, another thing to be very careful of. I need the little, all right. One thing I didn't prepare for is there the little scraper.
I can ask Cindy.
Yeah. When you're pulling this off your mat, be very careful you don't stretch it. Okay? Because if you stretch it, you're going to get too much fabric in the way and the embroidery won't work. Okay? So I'm going to try to pull this. And what I normally do, I've kind of learned this over the last couple of weeks, is I take the spatula and just kind of dig at it. Just really lightly dig at it, okay? But you want to be real careful not to stretch. Okay. This is a really sticky mat, you guys. Come on, Robert, time's money. Oh, there you are.
I'm going to lose a limb if that doesn't go back.
That's all right.
Yeah, it's all right. No problem.
No. I mean, I'm good for it. You'll get it back, I promise. That's right. I was doing better with my fingers. Ugh. Okay, if you've got a super sticky mat, I would recommend that you guys use either a less sticky mat. This is a mess. That is an absolute mess. But we'll make it work. We'll make it work. Here, that's yours. Okay, all done with the cutting pieces. So, through the magic of television, I already have my background. I've adhered it. Remember, I got that bolt from Jelly Rolls to Go up in Colorado, the Pelon 987F. It's great stuff. It's perfect for wall hangings, okay? So I'm just going to put this on my mat, on my hoop somewhere. It doesn't matter where. What you got? Okay. I'm just putting that on my hoop somewhere. Doesn't matter where. I need, let's see, remove the embroidery frame. Why? Do your initial sequence. This is why I have so much room in my sewing room. Okay. We're good? We're good. I'm going to need the camera on the machine.
Right here.
Okay.
Do you need the screen or the whole machine? Or the screen or the needle?
Just this part is fine. It's fine. All right. Okay. All right. So I need to create the embroidery file. All right. So I'm going to use my USB. I have now. What I'm running right now is called BES4. If you already have BES4, you don't need Simply Applique. Simply Applique is a module inside of BES4. So where BES4 is very high price, Simply Applique is a fraction of that, okay? Because this is the most used thing that's inside of BES4. But your system is going to look exactly the same. Yes. HDMI?
Oh, yeah.
All right. So up here in the top, that B, in Simply Applique, it'll look like an A. Okay. But other than that, the screens are absolutely identical. I'm going to go B, which means file. And right down here, there is import FCM. You see me do that? Import FCM. That's how you get it in there. You can't drag and drop. You can't open, whatever. You have to import FCM. I'm going to go to, I'll use my 4 for count on it. Is that, what kind of file is that? That's the FCM file. Okay, I'm going to tell it open. And there's my 4 that I just cut using the ScanNCut, right? So from the finished cutting, I skipped a step. Can you put the camera on, back on the ScanNCut? Yep. Okay. So from I finished cutting, right? And I'm going to go back, and I've got my 4, and I want to tell it save. Where do I want to save it? Do I want to save it in the machine? Do I want to save it to the cloud, or do I want to save it to the USB? You guys are smart. Yeah. Override or new. I'm going to tell it new, and it'll give it a new number, a new name. Okay, no big deal. So it has saved, and now it's got that funny little number, and I tell it okay. Now I take the USB over to my computer. All right. Now you guys know I don't do that. I do everything wirelessly, but that's okay. All right. So now I've got the 4. I need to make that into an embroidery file. Are we back on the computer? Okay. How am I? Watch. Don't blink. Ready? I'm going to come up here to Tools. And there's a button that says Convert to Applique over here on the end. Do you see it? It's the last icon. Yeah. Very last icon. Convert to Applique. You ready? Boom. It just created the placement stitch, the tack down, and the final satin stitch. Well, I like the blanket stitch, okay? Now, if you have a bunch of pieces like my Santa Claus or my snowman, you will import FCM over and over and over until they're all on the screen. And then over here on this side where it says sequence view, that's the order that they will all stitch in. And you can move them around so that you get the big part on the bottom and the arms behind the body and all that, right? All right. So now that I have this, I don't want satin stitch. I want a blanket stitch. On the far side of the screen, it says properties and applique. Do you see it over there on the other side where it says properties? There's a drop down applique type. It says satin. I'm going to touch it and I'm going to touch blanket and I'm going to hit apply. And it didn't. It hit motif. I'm sorry. Let me go back. I said blanket. That's what, and apply. Boom.
There you go.
Ta-da! I've got an embroidery file. So now this software saves to every single home embroidery machine type. Pfaff, Husqvarna, Bernina, Brother, of course, right? Any kind of home embroidery machine. So now I'm going to tell it file. I touch that B up in the top. I'm going to tell it save as, and it defaults at the bottom to paste setter outline file. See down there at the bottom, paste setter outline. I don't care about that. I'm going to touch that drop down. I'm going to go to Baby Lock Bernina right there. And I already have the 4 done, and you can see it's a PES file. I'm going to change it to FOUR and save. And I've saved it. So now it's an embroidery file. Now I'm taking the embroidery file to the embroidery machine. Okay. All right. Am I on the embroidery machine?
On the monitor?
Right. This. No, you're all right. I'm sorry. I'm afraid my 4 is not going to fit because it's pretty stretched out. Okay. So now I'm going to go to embroidery. And I'm going to go to the pocket for memory. And if you guys want to see this again, my YouTube channel is Power Tools with Thread. This is me, and I have baby step videos on how to do all of this. Please subscribe, okay? So it wants to know, where do I want to get the file from? Am I going to get it from the machine, USB? Do I want to use the mouse, a card, or wireless? Well, right now it's on the USB. I'm getting it from here, and I'm going to touch the 4. Oh, that's fine. All right, I'm going to hit set, and I'm going to hit embroidery. Well, how do I know where to put it? Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. How do I know where it goes on here? Because I got a Luminaire.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm just going to put this here. I don't know if it's straight. I'm just going to set it there. Now, when I was at home, I pinned this. I didn't bring any pins. So when you have one of these fancy machines, it has a camera button. I'm going to hit the camera button, and I'm going to scan it. Do your thing. And it's going to run a scan, and it's looking at what's in the hoop. So easy. I do. When I'm doing designs like this in the hoop, I always float. Yes. Doesn't move around. That's not bad. My thing's crooked, but I'm going to go to close and close this. I'm going to go to, it's a little high. I'm going to go to layout. I'm going to go to rotate. I prefer rotate over move because in rotate, you can rotate or move. See how you got rotate at the top and move at the bottom? If you do move, you can't rotate. I'm lazy. I'm going to rotate it just a little bit. So I can tell by the red line around the box, the red box around the number, that it's not straight. So I'm going to rotate it a little bit. That's too much. I'm going to go back. I'm getting that red line on the top, straight with the seam. Come on. Looks like that's as far as it wants to go. I'm okay with that because this is whimsical. It doesn't have to be perfect. And then I'm going to bring it down a little bit and move it down. That's about right. Does that look right to y'all? Close enough for government work? Yeah, okay. I'm good with it. My needle's already green. I mean, my button's green. I'm ready to go. Don't put your hands in the sewing field. That's not safe. It's making the placement line for the 4. Okay. You got
You
this.
can add a basting stitch around that if you wanted to.
You can, yeah, if you want. I just, in this particular design, it's big enough. The batting is long enough. I would just pin it as I float it, but you really don't have to.
Does the BES4 software work on a Mac? Yeah.
So it will. I was talking to Joanne Banco from Let's Go Sew on PBS, and she told me she successfully runs this software with Parallels and the Windows OS installed in them. Yeah, but it will work.
But they haven't
No, no, and the reason for that, you guys, you know, the nerdy thing. Here's a nerd thing. This file, FCM, is actually, it was designed by the gentleman who created, he worked for Microsoft, and he created the game called Minecraft back in the day. And it allowed the player to come back to the same place when they left to go to dinner or the next day and come back, and they come back in the same room they were in. FCM means file compression, and it is a placement code. It is a code for placement. That's what I kind of have gleaned off the internet, okay? And that's why, because he was a Microsoft engineer, it doesn't work with Macs. Okay. All right. So I'm going to take this out. No, it's okay. I got on late. I'm almost finished. 5 minutes will work. Yep. Thank you. Okay. I am placing my 4 using my Steady Betty. I love my Steady Betty. It didn't stretch bad at all, you guys. Looks pretty good.
Are you talking about your wool mat?
My little wool mat, it's a Woolly Betty, actually. And I like it. It's the 12 by 12 size, and it fits perfect in my lap. Okay. My 4's a little fuzzy, but it works. Okay. Well, it would help if I ironed it in the right spot, right? Can you guys see? You can't see? Can you see? Yeah. All right. You don't have to do the tack down stitch. If you've already ironed it on, you don't have to. They recommend you do, but you don't have to. I'm going to actually skip it for the sake of brevity because Robert, you know. So how do we do that on these cool machines? We hit needle plus minus, and I'm going to jump ahead 1 thread color and tell it okay, and go. And it's going to finish the blanket stitch. And that's it. That's how simple that was. 1 touch of that button. Turn to applique, boom, done. I don't want to sew this down manually, okay? And this is an easy one because it's a great big thing. But we're talking about the little bitty pieces, your holly leaves, your little bat wings, your whatever, right? Who wants to do that? Not me. So I love this software. Again, you can look at my channel, Power Tools with Thread, on YouTube. I have lots of videos to show you how to use this. So if you get the software, they sell it right back there at the tent, the AllBrands tent, and you can pick it up, and you've got one-on-one lessons right online, and I'll show you how to do it. And please subscribe and tell your friends. Okay, that's it. All right, I'm done. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it very much. All right.
All right, y'all. So that was Becky Thompson from Power Tools with Thread doing an awesome demo on the Simply Applique software. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you learned something from that, because I certainly did. So we have some people watching in the chat. Let's go ahead and say hello to some folks over in the chat. We've got Nilda over in Colorado Springs, blue sky. Good, good. That's great to hear. We've got Margaret Jones Starr over in Parkland, Florida. We've got, Birdie brought up a good point, and I wanted to address this while we were on the air too, instead of just in the comments. So yes, you can watch these videos later. As soon as they go off the air, or as soon as we go off the air, as soon as we sign off for the day, then you'll be able to go back and rewatch this video. You can already watch the one that we did this morning. So don't worry about that. They will be there. They will be on our channel. We have an entire playlist dedicated to the Houston Quilt Festival for this year. So you can go back and watch everything. We have all our invite videos, all of our welcome videos. Everything is on that playlist on our YouTube channel. So please go ahead and take a look at that. And let's see what else we've got. Barbara Jones, to answer your question. Also, it's great to see you in the chat. To answer your question, I am not completely sure. We do have some brother educators that should be in the chat, so hopefully they can answer your question, because I don't want to tell you the wrong thing. I'd hate to tell you the wrong thing on the air. Let's see. Mary Strong says Becky is fabulous. Absolutely. Becky is fabulous. Delia Sotelo says great demo, right, Delia? Oh my gosh. Becky is doing, oh gosh, it's so great to see Becky, and she is always doing a great job demoing stuff for us and making it look so easy and simple. We've got Karen. Thank you, Becky. Yes, yes. Everybody thank Becky in the chat. She did great. Linda Sheldon says Becky is so great. Yes, I agree. We've got Marcia Jones watching from Philadelphia. It's really great to see you. Oh, and before I forget, Karen Carr had a question about special pricing for Simply Applique. And unfortunately, Karen, we don't have any special pricing for Simply Applique, but we do have special pricing for PE Design 11 and BES 4. So I hope that helps. We've got Jenny Owens says, love and enjoyed Becky's demo. Good. Oh my gosh, that makes me so happy. Ann Philbeck says, good demo. Well, great. Yay, that makes me so happy. I'm really glad that you all are enjoying this. So we don't have too much of the day left. We are kind of nearing the end of the day. We've got about another hour or 2 hours. I'm sorry. We've got another 2 hours before we sign off for the day, for our first full day of Houston. But I feel great about today. I hope you guys feel great about today. I want you to leave in the chat what your favorite demo was today, because I'm curious what you enjoyed the most. I know it varies from person to person depending on what you're interested in, but I like to know. I like to check in on you guys and see how you're doing throughout the day. So that is our demo schedule. We don't have too much left today. So we've got Coleen. We've got Barb Mikolajczyk coming back up with the Luminaire. We've got Coleen Swettman again doing some multi-needle embroidery. And then we've got 2 pre-recorded demos at the end that we are going to show back to back. So do not miss those. If you did miss them yesterday, or if you missed Reen's yesterday, then you'll be able to catch it again this evening. And Heather Banks is going to be doing a pre-recorded demo on the SDX225F. So I definitely don't want you to miss those. It's going to be super fun and very informative. So I hope that you guys stay tuned for that if you can. If not, obviously you can rewatch this whenever we go off the air, which is fine. So let's see who else we've got in the chat. We've got Shirley Burling says, always enjoy Becky and Cindy. Yes. Oh my gosh. Diane says, thank you, Becky. Chantel Pinto says, Becky, your hair looks great. Oh, good. Yeah, her hair did look really nice, right? So we've got Ann Philbick saying, Simply Applique is so worth the low price. And yes, it is. Oh my gosh. Simply Applique is awesome. It is an awesome software. Barbara Jones says, my favorite today was Barb. Her samples were gorgeous. Well, you're in luck, Barbara, because Barb's coming back on in just a minute, actually. She should be ready, in fact, right now, speaking of. So let's go ahead and bring Barb Mikolajczyk on.
Is the Luminaire. Okay, welcome everybody. We're here. She's not hearing me. It helps if he turns it on. Okay, testing now. Got it? You're here to see some things on the Luminaire 2. And I'm here to answer questions. So if you have specific questions, please ask. And I will do my best to show you and answer your questions. And I'm also here all week with these Luminaires over here. So if you want to see something specifically, I can show you that. Okay. So let me start with, is there any question that anybody has to start with on anything, sewing or embroidery on this machine? Or I should just go for it? Okay. All right. So then I'm going to go for it. So I'm going to start talking about sewing on this machine because most people get this machine for embroidery for obvious reasons. But if you haven't sewn with this machine, you need to do that. It's amazing. Okay, agreed back there. All right. So I am a garment sewer is where I started, and a costumer in theater for years and years. And so I do a lot of sewing on crazy fabrics. And this lets me do that. The punch power on these machines will go through anything. And I don't change my needle. I mean, when it gets old, I change it, but I don't need a jean needle to go through a flat felt seam because the punch power will do it for me with my regular 7511. Be shocked because it does. And so if I'm going to do silk or, knit or something like that, obviously I'll use a specialized needle. But this, I can do everything, all my embroidery, all my sewing with the same old 7511 needles, no problem. So this is a little tool that I want to talk about. And this is your walking foot in this machine. When I first got it, I looked at it and I said, oh my word, are you kidding me? And I stuck it in a drawer because it just looks cumbersome and big. And then I had to take it out to learn it because I have to teach these dealers how to do these things. By the way, my name is Barb Mikolajczyk, and I'm from Chicago, and I work for Brother. I'm a national educator. Been with them for 13 years now. So I can talk about older machines too and how they compare. So I got this out and I started using it, and now I pretty much don't take it off my machine. I piece with it because my pieces will not move or shift. They'll be perfectly pieced every time. If I want to turn the belt off, which is what stays on my fabric at all times, I can just by this lever right on the side of the foot. I don't know. I don't know, but you can. Okay, so for garment making, here's my favorite thing. If I want to do a seam and there's stripes that I want to match, I line up my stripes, no pins, put it down, stitches it, open it up. It's perfect. Yes. How about if I want to put chiffon over velvet? If you've ever sewn with chiffon, you know it just bunches up. If you've ever sewn on velvet, it doesn't like it. Put it on this, under this foot, not one issue. And it will match edge to edge, as long as you match it before you lay it down. Quilting layers, absolutely. So you can get extra feet for this. You can get a 1/4 inch foot with a flange. You can get a stitch in the ditch foot with the flange. And so there's all kinds of tools that help make what we do easier. So it will go through all those layers and they will not shift on you. When I sew my binding around and you get up to that final corner, there's usually a little extra fabric. Nah, not with this, because it doesn't scooch. It does not move. So I encourage you. No, doesn't fit this because these are bigger feet, which is part of why it holds everything so well too. And you, yeah, I do. Because, you want your pieces exact and they never move. They're always exact. Question. Yeah, they are. Doesn't matter. That you can, did it come with the Dream? I just went blank. Okay, yes. There is a new compact dual feed digital foot. You got to get all the words in there. And it's a little different shaped. It's a little smaller. It does the same job. What it does better is when I have my sandwich or something really thick and I'm feeding it right here, it tends to stop there until I kind of gently pull it under. The new one doesn't do that. This is cut off more, so it feeds under easier, but it does the same thing. So if you haven't used this, I want to encourage you, get it out and use it. So you want dual digital or move it foot, dual digital feet. So there's an open toe, there's a 1/4 inch, and there's the stitch in the ditch additional, but you got 2 feet with it, the standard foot and the couching foot. in the box. Couching foot. Okay. So here's a sample of what I stitched. This is all velvet. Can you imagine 1/4 inch seams on velvet with that foot? So I started out by using the new software. It's designer, advanced design software for quilting. It's just software. It's not in your machine. And you can design your blocks any way you want. So I designed a block. They gave me the colors I had to use. So I married what they wanted from marketing. And I knew that I was going to be folding those down. So I didn't really worry about what was in those corners. So I knew I was going to do that. And I made it the size it needed to be so I could fold it and make it a clutch. And it's just a little fancy clutch. So I pieced it all together. I started by doing a one on cotton because I just wanted to see, how it was going to look. And then I played with a little bit of quilting. And all of this is quilted with the Move It foot and the guide light because I just followed the shapes of the quilting. Okay, so that gives you an idea. And then the other thing is, it's not easy to cut velvet pieces, small velvet pieces. So why don't you send it to your ScanNCut and let it cut it? Which is what I did with the new rotary blade, and it cut it perfectly. And that's why I could get a good match to all my corners and all that stuff, my points. Okay, then it's a new blade for ScanNCut. It only fits on the DX machines, but if you have a DX, no matter how old it is, it will work on it. So it's the automatic adjustment, so you don't have to worry about where it is. And it literally works like a little rotary blade. It rolls. Is that feedback from me? I might be leaning too far forward. Okay. So it literally rolls and it knows where it needs to go. And it goes through chiffon. It goes through velvet. It goes through felt, craft felt, all those hard things to cut that we couldn't get a good cut with wool. I love to do hand embroidery with wool applique pieces, and I couldn't get the ScanNCut to cut it worth a darn because it's so well woven. It just didn't go through. Now it will on the rotary with the rotary blade. For going through what? You don't need a rotary blade for that. You need the fabric blade. So there's a fabric blade and a fabric mat now too. And you don't have to back your fabric. You don't have to do anything to it. You cut out all your quilt pieces. And a fabric blade. Yes. So you can talk to those guys about it and they can show you. And it cuts it beautifully. So on the software, it will then tell me how many pieces I need and what size I need and all that stuff. I don't want to do the math for that. You know what I'm saying? So I just sent it directly to ScanNCut and it all brought it up on my thing. I put it on a USB and I took it over there. Now I finally am getting a new ScanNCut so I could send it over wirelessly, but I didn't have a new one. So it's waiting for me when I get home. Okay, so enough on the Move It foot and a little bit on ScanNCut. So here is a design built. These letters are built into the machine, but they're stitch outs. They're not applique. This is an applique. So do you want to see how I turned them into an applique? Okay, let's go grab that. I'm over on the screen. Okay, so they're under this category, and there's my Greek letters right there. And I'm just going to do an example of one of them. And I brought the A in and set it. And then I went to look at what each one of these colors stitched. And I discovered that the first one is the fill stitch. So that would be completely filled in rather than an applique. I don't want to stitch that, right? The second one is an outline. Here we go. And it's just an outline. but I wanted to see what the third one was. So I looked at the third one, and it's also an outline, but it's a little bit further out. So I took the bigger one and I assigned a cut line to it. And here's how you do that. I want to go back. In the palette, color palette, if you go to embroidery, which is just one of the names of different thread brands in there, it's a brother one. So you go to the bottom and you're going to see a pair of scissors right there. So you see the scissors right there? So I'm going to pick my last color and I'm going to touch the scissors, and that changed to a cut line. And that's how I turned it into an applique. I send that to my ScanNCut. It cuts that letter out. And then I bring it back. And because of the way this was designed, I have a tack down with the one that was a little bit smaller. And so remember I had two outlines. So I actually have a placement stitch and a tack down built in. Right? Yeah. So, but you can assign a cut line to anything that's an outline and cut it out and bring it back. Okay. So let me go to the next thing. If you haven't heard about the playbook, okay, these are lessons, how to learn to do things in your machine, and they're written by the educators. So they're written for you, by people who use these machines, not by you can order them, okay? This is Luminaire 2 playbook. Okay, I don't want to brag, but it's really good. And each lesson has a video that goes with it. So if there's a little video up here, you can watch the video of the lesson while you're doing it, and that's how you can learn. And that comes with the book, okay? Yeah, so you can learn how to do the features. Yep. Yes. Yes. You had them even without the upgrade. Yes. I don't know. I teach them, I don't sell them. Okay, so how many of you are interested in, doggone it? Yep, that just fell right out. Sorry about that. Okay. Stay. I have all these things. How many of you are interested in quilting with your embroidery on the machine? Okay, let's go talk about that. So you know there's a lot of built-in quilt designs, and you know where to find them? Anybody need to see that? Yeah, yeah. Okay, but you also have them right in your embroidery. Back on the screen, can you see? So if I grab a design, any design, I also can ask it to instantly quilt around that design here. I don't even have to go into the design center. So I can say here, just instant stipple around Mickey, and it's going to do it. Okay, but what if I want to instant echo around Mickey? That's this one right up here. And now it's an echo pattern. And you can change that spacing. Okay, you look confused. Or you can, okay, but how about if I can use all 42 of those background things right here? This is it. And open it up, say select, and I get to choose any one of the patterns to go around. Right there in embroidery. It is preset to the largest hoop, but you can say, make this an 8x8. And you can just do that 8x8 and it's done. It's ready. You didn't have to go into Design Center. Yes. All right, so here's how you would do that, okay? You're going to bring in a design, pretend like this is not built in. Whatever I'm going to grab here, I'm going to just grab a rose, okay? Not built in, but it's in my machine and I want to quilt around it. Okay, so I'm going to open up edit and I'm going to go to this outline of a flower. It is going to outline whatever you brought in there. Doesn't matter. Outline. Give it a second here. And then I can also outline if something has holes in it. I can turn the on and it will also fill in between the spaces. Okay. And I can make a distance from my design. You want to do this because we're working with fabric and it, you know, I'm now on a sandwich. It's not the same as it was when it was flat. So I put about 24. You just play with it because I don't want it to stitch on it. And I don't care if it's just a little bit off of it. Okay. Then down in the lower right corner, I only have one choice. It says memory. What the heck is that? So touch it, see what it says. Go to memory, and it's going to say, I will save this in the design center under the stamp pattern. So under that icon. Okay. So it's telling you where to go find it. So I'm going to say, okay. And I'm back here like, oh yeah, it told me to go somewhere else. So I'm going to add in the design center under this icon, but it's not there. It's under the outline. Okay. So I go there and there's my rose. Bring it out. And now it has an outline around it because I did that before. Now I want to put it in a block and I want to quilt around it. So I do have to give this parameters of what size my block is. To do that, I bring in a square. If your block is square, it doesn't have to be. And then I size it according to whatever size my block is. 2 minutes? What the heck? I was going to say, I got up late. It wasn't my fault. So I'm going to size, I should size this up to an 8-inch block, but I'm going to give you a trick. I do not make it 8 inches. I make it 7.95. Just because we do not sew everything perfectly. And if it sews onto my sashing, I'm not happy. But if it's just inside my sashing, I'm happy because I'm not putting these in to be judged. You know, if you're doing that, you're probably not doing this. So 7.95 or whatever. And I say, okay, I go to my fills and I grab a fill. Let's see, what do I want to put around the roses? How about these leaves? And I pick a color. I'm a big pink girl. Can't tell, and I'm going to go in here and touch my fill bucket. And all I have to do is touch between whatever I outlined and the inside of my block, and it's going to fill and it's stitched for me. That's it. So each one of these table runners that are around here have been quilted using built-in designs, or I scanned in my own custom designs. So I don't have Pooh up here. The hearts over there were quilted with this. So it's just hearts that I designed, no big deal. The Halloween one, pumpkin there, was quilted with witches' hats and boots because I could scan this in and turn it into a stitch file, and you can custom quilt anything you want, anything you can imagine. Just trace a coloring book or draw it yourself if you're that talented. Absolutely. When you do edge to edge, just make sure it starts and ends at the same place. And absolutely. And then you can do pattern connect by camera, and it lines it up for you absolutely perfectly for the whole quilt. Oh, now he's telling me to stretch it out. Okay. Okay. So some of these I did all over type things. I mean, you can just customize anything you want. I'm not a quilter. I'm a costumer and a garment sewer mostly, but I've learned to do these. And I love that I can do creative things that nobody else has. So I did my first one I did with planes, trains, trucks, and whatever, because it was for a boy. And there's nothing out there that's really a quilt pattern for boys. So I created it, went in, it was a huge hit. It's in the playbook if you ever look at that. But that's a lot of what just quilting, and you do it over. Yeah, I did some on the Dream Machine. Yeah. Yeah. I think they're back in stock, so you can order it. Okay. And there's a Luminaire 1 and a Luminaire 2. If you've upgraded yours, get the Luminaire 2. Okay. I guess that's all the time I have. Thank you very much for watching and asking questions, and I'll be here if you've got any more questions. All right. Thank you.
All right, everybody. So that was Barb Mikolajczyk doing another demonstration on the Brother Luminaire XP2. It's really a phenomenal machine. If you guys have not had the chance to try one of those out in person, I would absolutely recommend hopping over to your local Brother dealer and test driving one of those bad boys for yourselves, because they are amazing. I have an upgraded XP1 at home, and I am obsessed. I am obsessed with it. I think it's just phenomenal. So if you are close to any of our store locations, you can come by and give one of these machines a test drive. These are all of our store locations. I am currently in the Baton Rouge office right now. That's where our studio is, so I'm back here. We also have another store in New Orleans right off of Vets. We've got one in Slidell off that I-10 East Service Road. We've got one in Lafayette over off of Ambassador Caffrey Parkway. We've got one in Houston near the Clear Lake area right off of Egret Bay Boulevard, and then one in San Antonio off of West Avenue. So if you are nearby, definitely stop by. Definitely stop by and give one of those a test run, an XP2, because they are so awesome. I love those machines so much. And Marcia is right there. Marcia agrees with me. It is truly a beautiful machine. It is so cool. And so does Shirley. Shirley loves her Luminaire too, as you should. It is such a great machine. I love watching what they do too, right? They're so cool. They just have it all. They really do have it all, and I think that's really remarkable. So we have one more live demonstration from the AllBrands booth at the convention center, the George R. Brown Convention Center today. And so that last live demonstration is with Coleen Swettman. She is going to be doing a multi-needle embroidery demonstration very, very soon. So keep an eye on that. We will be broadcasting that. And then after that, we have two demos that have been pre-recorded. We've got one from Reen Wilcoxson over at Embroidery Garden, and she is going to be showing us how to make a sewing machine mat, and it is going to be awesome. And we also have a demo from Heather Banks, another awesome Brother educator, and she is going to be showing you the SDX225F, which is an awesome Brother ScanNCut that you can actually purchase online. You can purchase the that ScanNCut on our website right now. So if you do want to learn a little bit more about that, you can head on over to allbrands.com/quiltfest and take a look at all of the specials that we are running for this festival, for this weekend. And I've been saying it all day. These are the lowest prices of the year. This is it. So you're not going to get any prices lower than this. You're not going to get financing better than this. You're not going to get free specials thrown in as good as this. So you definitely want to stick around for those. And please check out our website for more show specials. If you do want to learn a little bit more about a machine and you can't physically come to Houston, please call us at our 800 number for some more for pricing information. We've got customer service reps over there on the line, and they will help you out and answer questions that you may have. So that 800 number is 1-800-739-7374. Again, that is 1-800-739-7374. So write that down if you're watching, or if you're just listening instead of watching. Definitely write that down and come either give us a call, come to one of our stores, one of our 6 stores if you can, or if you're nearby, and give one of these amazing machines a test run. Just see for yourself how great they are. They are really, really incredible machines. So I hope that you can. I really hope that you can. If you've got one of them on your wish list, now is definitely the time. So let's see who we've got in the chat. Ann Williams says, love my Luminaire. Yes. Oh my gosh. They are They're so great. They're so great. Delia Satella says, I have a 1, but I need an upgrade. Well, you can upgrade. You can definitely upgrade. I have upgraded mine, and it's so great. It's so great. I have nothing else to say about the Luminaire besides it is so great. So thank you all so very much for staying tuned in. We have been streaming for about 6.5 hours. So we'll be streaming just a little bit more for the day, but this is nearing the end of our day 1 quilt, or our day 2 Quilt Fest coverage. This is our first full day. Yesterday was a preview day. If you did miss anything though, feel free to go over to our YouTube channel and take a look at the replays. So we do, the morning video is already available for replay. Same thing with the Wednesday video, the one from yesterday. You can go back and rewatch those right now if you like. And as soon as we go off the air, as soon as we end this broadcast right here, you can immediately go back and rewatch it. And they will be on our YouTube channel, on our Facebook page, and on our website over at allbrands.com/quiltfest. So if you did miss something or you missed a demo and you want to come back and watch, that is definitely the place to do it. You can sew along if you've got a tutorial you particularly liked. We wanted to make sure that those were available online for you, even after we are finished with the festival, because there's still a lot of information that you can take from this, not just special pricing. We wanted to make sure that you had the education first. And it's really been great to hang out with you all in the chat today. I just want to thank you all so much for sticking around. I see some of you have been here since this morning. So thank you. Thank you very much for that. And if you are new around here, hi, we do this a lot. This is not just something that we do for the Quilt Festival. We also do this once a week, every Thursday at 3:30 p.m. Central Time. We host the AllBrands show. I'm either hosting it or Barbara Douthit is hosting the show, and we have different guests. We are full of education, tutorials, tips, tricks, everything. We have so much going on. So definitely check out the AllBrands show after the Quilt Festival is over. We will be having another, we'll be getting back to our usual AllBrands show schedule November 4th. So that will be a really exciting little post Quilt Fest wrap-up show, and I'm really excited for you all to see that. And Philbeck says, get plenty of rest tonight. You've worked hard today. Yes, we are working hard today. Woo, wow, we are working hard. I am going to sleep like a baby when I get home. I am really excited. I'm tuckered out, but I'm having a great time, and I hope all of you are too, because this has been so much fun to put together. We are having a fantastic time doing this for you guys. And let's see, Marcia Jones says, I watch on the TV, so I said I better go get my PC to watch Quilt Fest. Glad I did. Good. Yes, join us and come hang out for the rest of the day and the morning tomorrow, the rest of the weekend. You guys, we are streaming from today. We're streaming tomorrow from 10:30 to 7. We're also streaming Saturday from 10:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. These are all central times. And then Sunday, we are going to be streaming from 10:30 a.m. to about 3 p.m. So we have a bit of a shorter day, but it is the last day of the festival. So that is what we will be up to in the future for this weekend. So I hope you stick around, and I hope you stay and watch some of the rest of the weekend. But if not, no worries. Like I said, you can watch it. You can watch it later. You don't just have to watch it live. But again, thank you all so much for watching for this long and hanging out with me while we do the virtual end of the Quilt Fest. I know it's been tricky the last year to travel and stuff, and I know for some of you getting to Houston was difficult, which is why we wanted to put this together. So I'm really happy that you all are enjoying it, and I hope you continue to enjoy it, because we will be streaming everything. We're trying to make sure you don't miss a thing. So we have been working really hard to make that happen. And guys, I did want to point out in the chat, do not forget to enter our giveaway. We are doing a giveaway for a BQ 950. So you don't want to miss out on that. It's free to enter. It is free to enter. It costs you nothing. So please go ahead and fill out your information in that form down below. It's just a form you fill out. That's it. There's no money involved. There's no catch. Just fill out a form. We're going to give it away. We have just been incredibly grateful to all of you for sticking with us for the past year and helping us out. So we love giving that kind of stuff away. So let's go ahead and bring it back to the brother booth for Coleen Swettman.
Is he ready? Okay, so we can just start now. Okay, does he have a sequence? Did he send a bat signal? Okay. Hi, so today we're here at the Houston Quilt Festival, and we're going to show you our beautiful Brother PR 680W. So most wonderful new machine in the fleet, and it has some amazing features that we're going to share with you. And I think you're really, really going to have fun with this machine. Not only is it fun, but it's also perfect. So you know what makes it perfect? It's laser crosshair. So the laser is going to take all the goofs out of anything that you would be able to do. It's going to make you perfect. And I love that feature. So I want to show you that. So first of all, let me show you a few things that we've done on the machine and why it's so important to have a free arm machine, because that's what this is. So whoopsie, this is a free arm machine right here. And by that, I mean that I have no flat surface. I just have this nice little free arm, so I can wrap things around it like a pants leg or a tote bag, things like that that would normally be a horrible challenge and you'd have to take them apart. This machine I can do without taking it apart. So let me show you some fun stuff. Here's a little tote bag. Isn't this fun? It's a nice little waterproof tote bag. And it's got a cute little zipper pocket. And in that little zipper pocket, you've got genuine pleather football. Now, what kid wouldn't want this to take their clothes to football practice or even their stuff to school? It's just a fun, fun piece. It's quick and easy. And if you needed to personalize it, you can personalize it on the back or on the straps with a name or a number so that they know that it's theirs. So I always like to personalize things because then I get them back. They don't get lost forever. They're easier to find. So that's why I love my machine so much. So here's another one, and this one looked like a really big trick at first because it was like, well, now how am I going to do that? Because it's a side zipper. But it's okay because that hoop just slid right in there and it went on the machine and it did a beautiful job. Isn't that spectacular? Okay, so let's put this guy aside and let me show you, what else have we got here? We have some other fun stuff. Oh, here we go. It's almost football season. Well, it is football season, but isn't this fun? Now, this one is done as an applique. So the reason that I did it as an applique is, first of all, because I can use this amazing fake leather again, but look at the inside. It looks all neat and nice and tidy. That's what happens when you do an applique. So on this machine, if I want to do an applique, I'll just touch something. I'm going to choose the lion. And I'm going to set it, and I'm going to tell it, let me go back when I went a little too fast. I'm going to tell it that I want it to be an applique, and watch what happens. I touched the wrong icon again. See, you don't want to touch the wrong icon. There we go. Let's try that again. Here we go. Here's our lion, set. Applique, set, ta-da! That was hard to do, wasn't it? Yeah, it was harder because I pushed the wrong button. But that's how that works. And you can do appliques on a lot of things. I like to do them for things like this so the inside is perfect. But I also do them a lot for babies and older people who have more fragile skin because the inside has no stitching. It's all just the fabric, so it's really soft. Now, this is a fun little shirt. And the story that goes with this shirt is we were taking our grandson to the beach and I made matching shirts so that we could not lose track of each other. So this was really a fun shirt to have along. It's bright, it's colorful, and it made him feel like a part of the team. So you can do all kinds of things like that with matching shirts. And when you're doing it on this machine, you're not having to change threads. It doesn't look like it, but there's actually, I think, 4 colors in here. And if you do that for a bunch of shirts, doesn't take very many before you get tired of switching out those threads. And because this machine has the thread and knows it's there, it will just stitch them again and again and again. It's smart to go back to the exact color. So that's what I love and appreciate about that. So I'm going to set this guy aside, and I want to show you another new hoop. And I didn't bring the hoop over here. I just bought the end result. So I'll tell you a little story about Brother. Brother names their hoops by what they're planning to use it for. So this is a sleeve hoop, right? Because it's to do the sleeve. But don't tell anybody. But I use the sleeve hoop on pants legs, on baby onesies, on all kinds of things because it's one of my favorite hoops. It's 3 by 8 inches, so it has a nice territory, but it's wonderful, wonderful for sleeves. And sleeves are very, very, very popular right now. So that's a fun thing to do. So we're going to put that guy away. And then I want to show you, let me see if I can, no, yes, I'm going to hoop this really, really fast because you need to see this guy. This guy does something that's magical. So I'm going to get rid of this fella. There we go. And I'm going to hoop this shirt. So here's my shirt, and I'm going to hoop it up. I'm not going to stitch it, but I want you to see how it will align for me. And that's the beauty of this with the, you know what? I've got one hoop down here. There we go. Hopefully you can edit some of this out. So here is something that I've hooped for you. Didn't I do an amazing job of hooping? There's no problem with that direct angle in there, is there? That's not going to be too big of an issue. Well, let me just show you how this guy can handle this because this is really, really impressive. So we're going to come in here. We're going to shorten this up so the hoop is going to fit. And we're going to just slide it right in. There we go. And put those nice screws in. Now, I don't know if you're going to be able to see this. Are they going to be able to see this on the camera? My pocket is really at a pathetic angle. But I've drawn a little chalk line here to help. So let me show you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to put in some initials, the A, B, C, and I'm going to touch set. And I'm going to make them medium size because I don't need them to be that big. Now that's a nice monogram above the pocket, but the pocket's not straight. So are we going to be okay if it's crooked? No, we're not. But that's okay. We're going to touch set. And we're going to go to edit end. And we have a new icon on this 680W that looks like a little square with a crosshair in it. So we're going to touch that. And do you see the blue dot for alignment? The blue dot lets me select where on the design I want to line it up. Well, since I want it above a pocket, I'm going to choose the bottom of the design, right? And so there's all these points. So I'm going to touch next. And then I can decide whether I want it to line up vertically or horizontally. Again, I'm above a pocket, so I want horizontal. So I'm going to leave it there and I'm going to touch next. Now, if you can see this, there's a little bright cross here, right here. Are they able to see that, do you think? So there's a bright red cross here, and then there's a little chalk line. And all I have to do is drive the little red crosshair down to where it matches the cross point on the chalk. Okay, now just the crosshair point, just the center point, comes down to where the chalk lines meet. I did. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to touch next. And now when I touch next, my crosshair's moved and it's not on the chalk line anymore because I hooped wrong. So what I'm going to do is I am just going to move the crosshair till it's up on the chalk line again. It's right up there on that chalk line again, right? Just the cross point. Nope, it's not straight, but we don't care. It doesn't matter. We're going to touch set, and the magic happened. Can you look at my letters on the screen? Can you see how beautifully, poorly those are done? I'm just 11 degrees off in my hooping. But look at that. When this goes to stitch, it's going to be absolutely perfect every time. Took a long time to set it up though, didn't it? Not really. So that's what has made me fall in love with this machine, is that laser crosshair. Because when everything is perfect, then you're happy. So now, whoops, now I can show you my striped shirt. So if the little design isn't perfect on the striped shirt, it's not going to look very good, is it? So with the stripes, I need it to be perfect. Well, guess what? I'm perfect every time because of my wonderful built-in laser crosshair. So pretty exciting stuff, I think. Now I have another little thing I want to show you down here. This is a feature on the machine, and I'm going to get rid of this for a second. And I'm going to choose, let's see, where this design is on the machine. There we go, it's right here. So there's the design, and there's a new feature on this machine that allows me to delete a color. So, or change a color. So on the first block, I stitched it the right way. On the second block, I took some of the leaves to change the color like it was fall and they're changing. On the third block, I changed the rest of them so it was really getting into fall and they were changing. And in the fourth block, the leaves have all dropped to the ground and they're gone. And that's just with the touch of a button. So let me show you how to do that. So here's our tree, and we're just going to touch edit end. Uh-oh. The machine's smarter than I am, and it knows I can't stitch that in this little hoop. So we'll just use a pretend hoop. How's that? And we'll take that off. There we go. Now we'll go to the next hoop. And what we're going to do is we're going to come over here to this icon right here. It's like, looks like a little page of paper and a spool and a kind of a light spool. So we touch it. And we can come in here now and I can see that there's my green. And if I wanted to just get rid of it, I just simply touch it and it won't stitch. And there's the next green and I can touch that and it won't stitch. And there you are. And if you want to, you can just go back and change those to different colors, which is what I did, or you can just delete them. That was really hard, wasn't it? To completely change that design over in just a touch. So that's kind of a fun thing. Now I want to show you a new hoop. So this is a new hoop and it's called the Versatile Flash Magnetic Frame. And what its secret is it has this big area on top where you can put the top of your garment or a tote bag or whatever and not worry about the straps or the sleeves getting in the way because they stay up here. So I'm going to turn it around. You can see I'm right down here at the bottom of this and I embroidered that nice big T right off of the machine. Now I'm going to turn it around so you can see how long it is. It's really a long bag and it's heavy canvas. It's a heavy laundry bag for someone going to camp, and all of that is squished up into this area. Now, the beauty of this hoop is, number one, it keeps track of the straps and things and keeps them out of the way. And number two, this is really important. It just has a squeeze and release the magnets. And so the magnets hold very, very tight. But for those of us with weaker thumbs, I just squeeze it and it pops right off. Now, the hoop itself can stay on the arm of the machine attached. And you can simply take the magnets off, pull the bag out, and put the next one on without any extra work. What woman engineer thought of that? You know what I'm saying? This is really efficient. I was doing a whole set of towels. I would stop, pull the magnets off, the towel would drop on the floor. I'd put the next one in, put the magnets on, and off it went. So I was very, very impressed with this guy. Now let's see, how are we doing for time? We're good. All right, I've got one more fun thing to show you. No, I've got two more fun things to show you. So caps. Caps are fun. Everybody loves caps. So this is a design right off of the machine. I'm going to put that one down there because it's a bigger one. This one is designed right off the machine. Isn't it beautiful? The stitching is so clean and precise. This is a flat brim cap frame, and they're a little bit of a challenge to do, but that's okay because Brother has a flat brim cap frame to work with it. So the way that the cap frame comes is you get a piece to hook onto the stand of the machine because you can't put that round hoop and a round cap together without them fighting with you. So that's what you do. You put this guide on here. You put the cap frame itself on here. You would take off that free arm and put that on. And then this fella comes right off. Now what this is, if the women in the crowd, if you ever wore a headband when you were a kid, this is exactly like a headband. It just fits right on the band. The little teeth fit right into the seam line of the cap. You don't have to worry about a thing. There's an alignment line to line up with the middle of the cap. It pops right on here after this is off, and it does a perfect job. That's all you have to do is get the headband on right, and it stitches it every time. Think you could do that, don't you? Yeah, me too. It's great fun. So let me put this guy back. And the last thing we're going to do is we're going to hoop something. I'm going to slide this in here. And I'm going to slide this in here so that it's hooped. And there we go. Now, I love these little bags because they make wonderful, wonderful gifts. And it doesn't matter what you're doing. If you're going on a trip or a retreat or sending the kids to school, these little bags cost not much. They have a nice little zipper pocket for the front. And that little zipper pocket in the front gives me a place to put my hoop so that the waterproofness of the rest of the bag stays waterproof, water resistant. Okay, is that cool? Kind of fun, huh? So what we're going to do is we're going to just go home and we're going to touch a letter. We're going to touch B for brother. There we go, right? We're going to touch edit end. We're going to put this bag right on, and I'm going to take off this arm I've got on here. Come on. There we go. So this arm is going to slide right off and fold flat, so it's out of the way. That arm is for the support for a heavy jacket or something like that. But I'm not doing a heavy jacket now. I'm doing this little skinchy bag. So I hooped my bag, and I'm going to slide it right over the arm. I'm going to bring my arm back down to the right size. So I'm just going to loosen those two screws and slide them right in. Here we go. And the machine is always going to go to the center of the hoop. So I don't have to worry about this because I did hoop it straight. I can tell by the bottom seam. And I'm going to do my B for brother. I'm going to touch embroidery. I'm going to, what color do you think it should be? Black or white? Oh, not that pretty bright yellow. All right, let's go back. No, let's just keep going. Let's go to embroidery, and we're going to tell it the pretty bright yellow is on 5. So I touch the magic wand and number 5, and there it goes. And then we're just going to say lock and go, and you will get to see it stitch, and you'll get to hear how quiet it is. Isn't that beautiful? So the machine comes with the machine itself. It comes with 4 hoop sizes, 1.5 by 2.5, 4 by 4, 5 by 7. and 8 by 12. Those are included in the package. It comes with a lovely toolkit, so you have all of the things that you need when you get home to start, pretty much. Now, another thing that they've done here, AllBrands has a really big special going on for the event, and they are including additional items. So a lot of you may not want to put this your machine on a table, so this beautiful stand is coming with it. And if when we're done and I show you the, let's speed this up. There we go. We can go full speed here. So there's a lot that comes with it. They have great pricing and financing available for the show. And my letter's just about finished. It's going to do a tie-off stitch and a cut. And now it's finished and it's ready to pop out of the hoop. And that crosshairs right square in the middle. Now, what I'm going to do, is there anyone in here that would like to have this bag? Well, there's only one hand up, so that made it easy. She was quick. She was quick. So in the last class, one of the girls said, my name is B. So it's like, okay, that seems fair. You should probably get it. But this is a fun little, now you've got something to carry your stuff around in. So, and a memento of our time spent together here. Isn't that fun? Beautiful, beautiful stitch quality. Any questions? I'm going to take this machine because we have another class starting. I'm going to take my machine and run away from home right across the aisle, and you're welcome to follow me.
All right, everyone. So that was Coleen Swettman doing another fantastic demo on the Brother PR multi-needle machine. So I really hope that you enjoyed that. That is the last live demo that we've got today, but we still have 2 more pre-recorded demos to show you. Unfortunately, Reen and Heather could not be with us in person at the Quilt Fest, but they so graciously decided to still give some of their time to us and pre-record some demonstrations for us. So I'm going to go ahead and play Reen's and Heather's back to back, but this has been an incredible time together. Keep watching. You're still gonna have time to learn plenty more, and then we will sign off for the end of the day. But this is Reen, and enjoy. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in to all of our live coverage of the Houston Quilt Festival. This segment is being pre-recorded, so unfortunately we won't be able to answer any of your questions live on the air with Reen, but if you do have any questions, we will be able to answer them in the chat. So with me today, I have Reen Wilcoxson from Embroidery Garden, and we are going to be showing you a really fantastic demo on the Brother Luminaire. Reen, I will just let you take it away.
Thanks, Callie. Hi, everyone. I'm Reen Wilcoxson from Embroidery Garden, and today I'm going to show you a couple things. I am going to show you how to do this cute in the hoop. I'm going to call it a machine mat. You can put it underneath your machine so that the machine kind of rests on the top part, and a little pocket down here could catch thread scraps. It could hold some notions for you, scissors, etc. But what we're going to do is we're going to learn about this type of quilting that is referred to as edge to edge, end to end, all over. There are different names for it, but there are 2 built-in edge to edge type of designs on the Luminaire or the Luminaire 2. If you have the Luminaire and you've upgraded it with the Kit 2, you would have these 2 quilting designs. And then after I get done showing you how to line them up, I'm going to go into my design center, and I'm going to show you how to turn it into this in the hoop little machine mat. So let's go over what I'm going to be using. I'm going to be using the Luminaire XP2. I am going to be using the Dime Snap Hoop Monster. This is their magnetic hoop. I'm using, this one is the 9.5 by 14. I'm going to be using some Dime stabilizer. This is their no-show stabilizer. It's a lightweight, soft cutaway. I'm going to be using exquisite thread. I'm using a 7511 needle and a pre-wound bobbin. You can see I've already gone ahead and I have stitched the first half of this quilting design. And the reason I did that is 1, for time, and 2, because if you are working on a whole quilt, you're not going to sit down and do it all in one sitting. You're going to have to stop the machine and, come back to it another day. So the idea is going to be how you line this up. We're not actually doing a quilt today. I am quilting fabric. If I have time later on, I'm going to show you a project that I've been working on that is an actual quilt that I've been doing this technique on, that has a backing and has batting and has a top. So let's go to the machine to see how we're going to do this. I'm going to change my camera. All right, so we're over here at the machine, and let me just get my hoop brought over here. Wake the machine up. So to find these quilting designs I'm referring to, we are in embroidery mode on the machine. I'm going to hit category 1, and I'm going to scroll all the way over to the very last category, number 15. And if you scroll all the way down, remember this is on a Luminaire 2, or if you have upgraded your machine from a 1 to a 2, you're going to find these 2 quilting designs down here. Let's just look at both of them. This one is kind of a feathery looking design, very pretty. I could see it being used on almost any type of quilt. I'm going to today use this little cute sewing themed quilting motif. So let's first let me go ahead and hit set so we can see it really large. So the whole idea of these types of designs are it has a starting point, and this one, it starts over here, and then it's going to stitch the design, and it's going to end over here. And what you do is you take these designs and then you match them up so that they look like an all over quilting pattern when you're finished. And with the Luminaire, it's really easy to do because you have certain features of the Luminaire that are going to help you. So what I'm going to show you now is I'm going to show you how to bring in that other pattern to line it up here. And this is where I stopped. And you're going to notice I have a long tail, a thread tail. You want that. So we're going to get ready to line up this new design with the one that I've already stitched. So the first thing I have to do is this design, if you look up here, it's come in at almost 10 by 15. So it's for the big hoop. What's really great about these built-in designs are that you can edit them. So let's click edit. And on this one, I'm going to resize it because I'm just quilting fabric. If I were doing a whole quilt, this size would be perfect because I could do some simple math and figure out how many hoopings I would need to go across my quilt and to go down my quilt. But on this project that I'm doing today, I'm going to resize it, and I'm going to use this button right here to resize. This is the resize button that is going to regenerate the stitches. Now this just is a running stitch design, but I'm going to go ahead and use it. And the machine is asking me to reset the pattern to its original size and position. I'm going to hit OK. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to resize it. And I'm just going to take this design down all the way, as far down as I can get it, as small as it'll go. And the machine will tell you when you've reached that point. And I reached the point right there. Hear the knock, knock? That means it won't go any smaller. So for this particular design, I need to rotate it for the project that I'm working on. So let's go back up to edit. And I'm going to rotate. Whoops, I hit the wrong one. That's all right. My mouse is being a little crazy here. I'll reset it. And I'm going to rotate 90 to the left. And let me just touch it here. My mouse is being a little crazy on me today. Okay, so I have it where I need it according to size and position. So I'll hit OK. And now I need to line it up with the design that I've already stitched. Now, again, remember, it's going to start stitching here and it's going to end up here. So let's hit embroidery and get ready to stitch. And I'm going to use the projector. The projector is this cone-shaped little icon. And what it's doing is it's going to project this design down onto my hoop. Okay, now this is where I left off. And let's see if I can't get a little better angle for you here. Let's see, I think you're going to be able to see this. So you could, I'm going to have to move the design up some. I keep moving it up until I need to find that starting position. And I believe it's coming up, and there it is. You can see where the design is actually going to start stitching is right here. And I need to line this point up with where I ended. And I see that the light, it's a little hard to see. I do need to move it up. And hopefully you can see it. I know it is a little, there's glare. I got a real sunny day today, but I'm trying to line up that start point with where I ended. And it looks like I'm right there. And here you can see my tail, and then you can see the start point on the next design. So let me just move the camera back. And now that I have it lined up, what I like to do is use the advanced stitch key and advance the design one step. This is where it's going to start. And I can look and I can see if I'm exactly lined up by pressing needle down. And it looks like I am exactly where I need to be. So what I'm going to do, I press needle down, I press needle up. And what I'm doing is I'm bringing up my bobbin thread. So I've got my bobbin thread, my top thread, and then this is my thread that I ended with. You want all these to be on the top side of the hoop, because what we're going to do is after it's done stitching, I'm going to thread a needle with these tails, and I'm going to take it to the back side. Now, again, this project isn't a quilt, meaning there is no backing on it. Right now, there is no fabric down here on the bottom. But if you were doing an actual quilt, you would have backing fabric on, and you would want to bring the tails to the back side, knot them off, and bury them in the layers. One thing I want to do also, and let me show you this on the machine, come back. You want to turn your cutter off. So meaning when this machine, when the design starts or stops, you want the cutter to be turned off, and it's going to be in color trim. Just click it so that it's not highlighted, because you want those long tails. You don't want the machine to knot and cut the tails so that it leaves a knot on the back side. You want your back side to look as nice as the front does. So I'm going to turn back to the machine because we're getting ready now to stitch this step. I'm going to lower the foot, press the button, and it's going to start stitching. Keep that little thread out of the way a little bit. And it's going to go and it's going to stitch the top half of the design. So we'll let this stitch. And then we're going to go into my design center, which is kind of the built-in digitizing part of the machine. My design center is on the Luminaire. It's on the 10 needle, and I believe it's on a few of the other top-of-the-line Brother machines. You can see that this design is like it's an actual quilting design. It's doing a running stitch, and it's continuous, and it's going to end up looking really cute. I think the sewing motif is a really cute little design. It can be used on so many things. So if you were doing a large quilt, you could size these two built-in designs on the Luminaire to whatever size you needed, so that you could do some simple math and resize the quilting file so that it would fit your quilt perfectly, going across the width and going top to bottom. That's why I like using these two built-in designs, because you had that option of changing the size on them. It only takes a couple minutes for these designs to stitch. If you were doing a large quilt, after this portion got done stitching, you would line up your next file and go ahead and stitch it. While this is finished stitching, I think I will change the camera, and I'm going to show you kind of what I mean by when I say lining up another file. All right, so this is a project I've been working on. It's a little fall quilt, and I've been doing this type of quilting on it. I've been using the dime magnetic hoop. Let me just kind of hold it up here a little bit for you. And you can probably see, let's find where I ended. I ended right over here. Here, let's see, where's my tail at that I ended? Here it is. So again, this is my tail that I ended, this file here. Now I'm ready to line up my next file. I like to print them out sometimes just so that, you know, it gives me an idea of how it's going to get laid out. But I would just rehoop this again in my magnetic hoop, line up where the next file starts with where I ended, and stitch this file, then go unhoop, line it up again, and continue stitching. Let me show you the back. That's where you can really see the quilting on this. Hopefully you can see it. So it's these little sunflowers that I've been stitching on here. I've been using Cuddle Minky on the back side, and it's just, it looks beautiful. You can't even tell where I stopped and started on this. So this is kind of what I'm talking about to do if you are doing a quilt. We are doing a small little project today. Anyone in the AllBrands booth can help you. The brother educators can show you more of this in depth and answer a lot of the questions that you have. Let's go back to the machine and see what's going on with what I've been stitching. All right, so the file is done stitching. I've got the second one. You're going to notice that I didn't cut the tails because the machine, I told it not to. So I'm just going to leave a long tail here. And if I were doing a quilt, again, whoops, if I were doing a quilt, I would line my next file up here and then quilt it. And that's how easy this is to do, especially with the projector that's built in on the machine. But we're going to take this and we're going to turn it into that little in the hoop project. I will take a needle and thread and thread these tails and bring them to the back side. I'm not going to do that right now because I don't have my glasses on and it would take me a while to do it. So we're just going to pretend that I threaded these tails and I pulled them to the back side of the hoop and knotted them off. So let's get ready now to turn this into our little mat, our in the hoop project that we're going to use our quilted fabric on. So let's go back to the screen of the machine. I'm going to hit OK because I'm finished embroidering. Go back to the little house that takes me home, asking me to cancel what's on the screen. That's OK. Okay, so to make our mat, we're going to go into my design center. This is the digitizing part of the machine. It's the built-in kind of auto digitizing section. And we're going to make the in the hoop part that's going to stitch the mat together. So if you let's look at our mat again, and you're going to see it's a big rectangle, how it got stitched together. So I need a shape. Let's go into shapes, and I'm going to pick a square. And I'm going to hit OK. Now I did a little measuring to determine how big of a rectangle that I need to stitch my mat together. And let's go into size. to get that size figured out. It needs to be about 9¼ inches wide. So I'm going to use the button that's going to make it larger. And I'm watching that bottom number because I want to get to 925. Almost there. There 925 is the width. That's the bottom number. The height, I needed that to be at about 11.65. And okay, I'm there. I'm going to hit OK. Now, it defaults to a zigzag stitch. You can see the big zigzag up there. I don't want my mat to be sewn together with a zigzag. So I'm going to hit that zigzag, and it takes me to the line properties. What I want is a running stitch, and that's the second icon here. I'm going to change to a green color only so that you can see the change that's going to happen. To apply that running stitch, I need to hit the bucket that's under the line properties and then touch the rectangle that I created, and it turned green. So now the stitch will stitch all the way around, and we need an opening so that we can turn it to the right side when it's finished. So I'm going to make an opening by using the eraser. When the eraser opens up, it gives you two choices. You could have a round eraser or a square. I'll just use a square. You can make the eraser larger if you want. I'll just make it a little bit larger so maybe you can see it a little bit better. And so I'm going to make my opening at the top. So I'm just going to take my finger and erase what I think looks like a good opening. I'm going to hit OK. So now this is ready to stitch out. I'm going to hit next. On this screen, if I wanted to, I could edit this. Let's say, for example, I wanted a triple stitch maybe to stitch this together. I could hit edit, then the triple stitch and hit OK, and it would change it for me. Now it's going to, we're done with this. We're ready to move on. When you hit set, it tells you that it's going to convert the embroidery pattern, and we're going to leave my design center, and it's asking you if that's okay. Down here at the bottom, I'm going to hit OK. And now I'm on the embroidery part of the machine. So we're going to get ready to embroider this. I hit embroidery. Now, how do I know that this rectangle that I created is going to stitch where it needs to? We're going to use the projector again. So I'm going to hit the cone. It's going to project this big rectangle onto the screen. I'm going to drag the box down here to the bottom so that I can see where it lines up. And let's see if I can get you to be able to see where it lines up. So this green line, this straight line, it's right here. You can see it's kind of high. I mean, I need it to be just a little bit above those ending lines right there, my thread tails. So I'm going to use my arrow buttons, and I'm going to move the pattern down. See how it came down? I can bring it down as much as I need it to be. I just want to make sure that my stitch line, and it kind of goes a little crazy with the colors when you get close to it like this. But my stitch line now is right here. My thread tails are below it, so I know that I'm good. I'm going to use the box, and I'm moving the box all the way up to the top because I want to make sure that this little ending area up here is not going to be seen when the design gets done stitching, when it stitches it all together. So it looks like it's going to be good. I'm hitting OK. But wait, I want a pocket. And I'm going to try to move this a little bit closer so that you can see it. So to add a pocket, all I did was I took a folded piece of fabric, the same width as the fabric I have in the hoop. I folded it wrong sides together and pressed it, and that's going to be my pocket. I could use either side. I like this side better. And I'm going to place it really wherever I want, just knowing that my stitch line, when it stitches it together, is about right here. So I need to have this end of the fabric, the raw edge, so that make sure that it's going to be caught by the stitch line. And that looks like it's going to be good. All I need is one more piece of fabric, and this will lay right side down over the top of the hoop. Let me just get it over there. And remember, we would have taken these thread tails and threaded them in a needle and brought them to the back side. This is all nice and smooth, and I'm ready to stitch. So I'm just going to push the go button, and it's going to stitch all the way around in a running stitch, and it's going to leave an opening there at the top of the hoop, and that's how we're going to turn this to the right side. So this is one that I stitched previously, the exact same way. I've taken it out of the hoop. I trimmed around it. I trimmed a 1/4 inch past the stitching all the way around. There's my 1/4 inch. I left it longer at my opening because I'm going to have some fabric to be able to turn in and hide it. And I clip my corners diagonally to get the bulk out of them. All I have to do is reach inside. And I will show you on this one, there's where I brought those thread tails to the back and knotted them off. And I'm just going to turn this. I'm going to get my little tool that I like to poke my corners out. And our little project is going to be done. Let me try and see if I can't get you to see that quilting file there. See how nicely it lined up. Once I turn my raw edges in, I can close them with hand sewing. I can close them with fusible tape. It's not really going to matter. Get all those threads down inside and give it a nice press. And you can see I have my little mat with my pocket here to put notions or anything in. And that's really how easy it is to create something like this in the hoop and with an all over type of quilting design.
All right, everyone. So that was Reen Wilcoxson's awesome tutorial on how to make a sewing machine mat. I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you learned a lot. And if you missed it, it's okay. We're going to be playing this every single night at the end of the Quilt Fest, and you can go back and watch this replay once we go off the air. So we only have one more demonstration left, and it is also pre-recorded from Heather Banks. She is going to be demonstrating on the SDX 225F. So, and this is a machine, this is a ScanNCut that you can actually purchase online. So you can pick this one up on our website right now, I believe. So please go on and check out allbrands.com/quiltfest. And we have all of that information down below. If you go to the schedule, you can check out all of the category pages and shop there. So let me go ahead and bring on Heather Banks' demonstration.
Hi, from the AllBrands booth at Quilt Festival. I'm Heather Banks, one of your brother educators, and in this session, I'll be demonstrating the ScanNCut SDX 225F. Stay with me and I'll show you how this machine can take your sewing, embroidery, and crafting to the next level. Today, I'll be talking about the ScanNCut SDX 225F. A dealer-exclusive ScanNCut model from Brother. This is an electronic cutting machine with a scanner all in one, and you can get started using it right out of the box. The 225F comes with 2 different mats, the standard mat and the fabric mat, as well as 2 additional blades and a variety of accessories. It comes with a standard black auto blade, the thin fabric auto blade, 2 erasable markers for fabric, and an assortment of colored markers. Additionally, it comes with a starter fabric project for making keychains. Everything needed to create these keychains is included in the box, so you can get started creating them as soon as you get it out and start working. If you've ever wanted to cut fabric with a ScanNCut, this may be the perfect model for you. With this beautiful 5-inch full color display, you can create and edit designs very simply and easily. And one of my favorite things is that it's a standalone model. There is no need for software or a computer. Let's take a look at some of the shapes and patterns that are built into the machine. There are over 1,300 designs built directly into the ScanNCut SDX 225. As you can see, there is a wide variety of patterns to choose from. And these patterns can be used for anything from card making to cutting cork to cutting fabric appliques. You'll find shapes for the holidays, for animals, designs perfect for kids, weddings, and of course, that's not including all of the images that you can bring into the machine using the scanner. Let's take a closer look at the quilting category. There are 140 quilt blocks built into the ScanNCut. Imagine cutting intricate quilt designs with the accuracy of a ScanNCut blade. There's really not much to it. All you have to do is select a pattern and then edit it to the size of your choice, place it on the mat and cut. Let's walk through how we might cut part of a block out. You can see here that each piece is differentiated. By clicking on it, I can see how many pieces will be in the block and which one it's referring to. If I click on this option at the end, then all of the parts at one time will be placed on the mat. Let's just choose one. Let's choose the corner triangles. We'll place them on the mat and we can move them around at this point. You'll notice that there is a line inside of the outline. Let me show you why. The ScanNCut will automatically place a seam allowance inside. We can change the width of the seam allowance. As you can see here, it will default to the 1/4 inch. And with that 1/4 inch seam allowance, we can draw it onto our fabric. Let's go ahead and start out just by cutting out these triangles so you can see how easy it is to cut out your quilting pieces. I just have a piece of plain fabric here. There isn't anything on the back like a fusible. This is just 100% cotton. Let's load the mat into the machine. It's not difficult. Simply place one hand at the top and then use your other hand to press the load button. It should slide in very slowly and easily, just like you see here. Next, we're going to add our blade. We're using the thin fabric auto blade because this is a thin fabric without a backing, and we're also using the fabric mat. Adding the blade isn't difficult. Just drop it in and lower the lever to lock it into place. Okay, let me show you this. This is the background scan feature, and it's something that makes the ScanNCut completely unique from other machines on the market. You can see that the mat is being scanned back and forth into the machine. The machine is capturing an image of the material on the mat, and this image will show up on the screen. This will allow us to use any size of fabric on the mat. Okay, you can see our image on the screen. Just drag your shape over on top of the fabric. You can fussy cut, figure out exactly where you want it. Then we'll press OK, and we'll tell the machine what to do. We're going to be cutting it out in this instance. We always recommend doing a test cut the first time you're cutting a material, and here I'm just choosing from the shapes in the menu, and I'll use a circle. Now I need to get that circle over onto my fabric, just a piece that I won't be using. So I'm going to move it over here down to the bottom using these arrows. This is just a small test cut. It will tell me that my blade depth is correct for this material. Okay, so you can see here that the blade is moving down to that corner and cutting a small circle from the corner of the fabric. Now we've peeled back the fabric and you can see that's a perfect circle. It did a great job, so I'm ready to start cutting out my project. Now we're moving on to the triangles. It measures the depth of the mat and then it knows how deep to cut. This is our auto blade technology. There's no dialing in a depth for the blade or needing to tell a separate program how far to cut. Okay, let's peel back our fabric and see how we did. I'm liking the way this looks. Perfect triangles. Notice the dog ears. If you're a quilter, the dog ears are cut off the ends of the triangle to make lining them up for sewing so much easier. Now I'm just gently lifting them away, and you can see that I got perfect triangles ready to use in my quilt block. Now, what if I wanted to draw in those seam allowances I showed you earlier? I'm going to go ahead and put in my water erasable marker that is included with a ScanNCut and drop it into the blade holder. Next, I'm going to load a piece of fabric. Now, this fabric is wrong side up in this case because I want to be able to see my seam allowances as I sew my block together. Once again, we're going to use that background scan. It's so important for being able to place your materials directly over the fabric. You don't have to worry about accidentally having your shape in the wrong place or needing to use a piece of fabric that's as big as the mat. Simply use the right size for you. You can use your scraps this way because you know you'll be able to drag your material over on top. Now here I just darkened the background because I used a lighter fabric, and again I'm just dragging my shapes over them. But instead of cutting, we're going to go ahead and do the drawing of the seam allowances. So we're going to press OK and then go to, instead of cut, we will choose draw. Perfect. Now we'll press start and the machine will begin drawing out our seam allowances. In this case, we used a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And you can see that blue very clearly. And that is perfect. That's our seam allowance. Now we're ready to do the actual cutting. So I'm not going to move the fabric or change anything. I'll simply press finish, go back to select and press cut. And now the machine understands the difference and we'll be able to cut out our triangles just like we did before, but this time we added a seam allowance. As I mentioned before, this machine has auto blade technology, so it is automatically extending the depth of the blade as much as needed to cut this piece of cotton. Were it a piece of foam or cork, it would extend it the appropriate amount as well. That's one of the really wonderful features about this machine. As we peel away our fabric, you can see that we have the same shape. The dog ears are cut off the edges of the triangle, but in this case, we are looking at the wrong side of the fabric, and we are looking at the blue 1/4 inch seam allowance. Now you notice I'm gently taking this off the mat because I don't want the fabric to fray. But here you go. This is a really nice close-up of the wrong side of the fabric with the wash away seam allowances. Here are some examples of blocks that I have made using the built-in quilt blocks in the ScanNCut. Here's a fun quilt made using circles cut on the ScanNCut. Once again, using that background scan, we were able to move the circles directly over the fabric square. Once the circles were cut out, it was simply a matter of sewing them onto some background squares and assembling them into a small quilt. But this is just an example of how you can use shapes in the ScanNCut to create quilts or really any project. Let's talk more about Brothers Auto Blade technology. The ScanNCut can cut materials up to 3 millimeters thick, and here you can see an example of 2 pieces of cork that have been fused together being cut. As we remove it from the mat, you'll be able to see that it did a fabulous job cutting out all corners, and we can even pop out the tiny little circle at the center, and it did an equally great job cutting out that as well. We've looked at fabric without a backing, but let's look at one with a fusible backing. In this case, I'm using the standard black top auto blade, and you can clearly see that this piece of fabric has a fusible on the back, and I am laying it with the fusible side down, and I'm going to throw away the paper. Now here's a simple shape that I'm cutting in the ScanNCut. Again, the blade is testing the depth of the fabric against the mat. So the auto blade technology does not require you to dial in a blade depth at any place. This is a standalone machine, and it can figure out the depth of your material all on its own. As we peel away the fabric, you can see that it is a perfect cut, and I'm able to remove the fusible backing from the mat. It would now be ready to fuse to any project really for applique. Let's change gears and look at something totally different. Vinyl is such a popular medium today, whether it's heat transfer vinyl or craft vinyl. I have craft vinyl here on my mat in the machine, and craft vinyl is something like a sticker with a paper backing on it. We're going to choose a design, and again, I mentioned we have a lot of holiday designs, so let's look at something Halloween themed. We'll choose the witch for this particular project. You can change the size and make any alterations to it. Now I'll set this down onto my mat. Again, here is that background scan, so very important. I'm just using a very small piece of craft vinyl, and if I didn't have the ability to scan, I wouldn't know where to put the witch on the mat. I would probably have to waste a lot of vinyl in order to make sure that the entire mat was covered. But here you can see I'm just going to drag my witch design over on top of my vinyl and press cut. Now before we continue, there's one very small but important difference that we need to do. The ScanNCut SDX 225 has a feature called half cut. When we turn on the half cut setting, this means that the blade will automatically only cut through half of our material. This would only be used really with vinyl. You always have a carrier sheet or a paper backing with vinyl, and you don't want to cut through that. In the past with other machines, you may have to try to dial in a number and determine exactly how much the blade should extend. However, with the ScanNCut DX and this 225, the blade will determine that all on its own, which is a pretty amazing feature. Right now you can see that it's cutting, and then we will remove it from the mat, and you'll be able to see that the paper backing will be completely intact. Notice as I turn the paper over, there are no cut marks. The blade did not extend past the vinyl. I slowly peel away the top layer of vinyl to reveal the design that's been cut as well as the paper backing. You can see how beautifully this has been cut, and the back of my paper is completely intact. There we go. It did a great job. I'm ready to put it on my project. You may be wondering what some of the other features are you might use the scanner for. Here's an example of handwriting that I've placed on a piece of cardstock. I want to be able to cut this out, but I want the outside of my design to be recognized. The ScanNCut can definitely do this. We're going to go ahead and scan it into the machine using a feature called Direct Cut. Once it's done scanning, the design will appear on the screen and we can crop it. After that, all we have to do is cut it out. So here I'll press cut, and then we'll give the machine a minute to process it. As I said, we're only cutting cardstock in this example, but you could use this with really any different designs you may have. Let's lift that up off of the mat, and you can see what a beautiful job the ScanNCut did, recognizing the outline of my design and cutting it. Another great feature of the ScanNCut DX is its ability to read embroidery files. If you applique, this is going to be great for you, but there are other uses for this as well. It can read your PES files in addition to your Luminaire or Dream Machine files. as well as the Stellaire. This includes PES, PHC, and PHX file. Let's pull up a few examples of embroidery designs. Here's a design that came over from the Luminaire as a PHX file. You can see it looks just like it would in the Luminaire. If I press the flower button, then I'm given the option to bring it onto the screen. In this case, it's not an applique, but I do have other options. I could draw it, emboss it, or even foil it. There was no conversion required to bring this embroidery design over from the embroidery machine to the ScanNCut, and you can see that it came over with all of the detail it had as an embroidery design. Let's open another embroidery design. In this case, this design will be an applique. This will be a quilt block. However, this design is an embroidery design that was built into the Luminaire. If I push the flower button, I'm again given the same options. I can break this down into its individual pieces and cut out each one individually. Here it is as the finished design, which again could be drawn. But since it's an applique, I wanted to cut out the individual pieces to be turned into my finished embroidery design. Let's look at one more example. We'll pull another embroidery design, this one again from the Luminaire. If I go into the B pocket in the ScanNCut, I'll find the other two designs that we've already worked with, plus a new one. This floral design has an applique already built in. So I'll go ahead and press Set. And then this is the flower that I want to cut out for my applique. Again, no conversion was required. All I did was plug it straight into the ScanNCut and pulled up the embroidery design. Here are a few examples of what I've done with this. First off, I've stitched it out as indicated. It's an applique. Here I've drawn it. Here's an example where I've foiled the embroidery design, and here is an embossed embroidery design. Imagine doing this with your embroidery designs when paired with a ScanNCut. Another great feature is the auto layout feature. Let's go ahead and choose a design. We'll put a flower applique on the mat, something that comes directly out of the quilt applique category. If you scroll down, you'll see there are a lot of applique designs. We're just going to use this simple flower. Now I have a lot of petals to cut, and I want to make sure that I conserve as much fabric as possible. Let's ungroup this flower so that I can move those petals out and we can use the auto layout feature. If I go into here, I can ungroup, and this will allow me to pull each of those petals out. Now, what can I do to make those petals be in a position to cut with the least amount of fabric? I'm going to go ahead and use auto layout. You can see there are 3 choices. Each one will give you a slightly different direction of the petals. So just playing around with each one will let you see which way you'd prefer to go. Here I've already cut out my petals, and I'm peeling away my piece of fusible backed wool. They were cut beautifully and perfectly. I even did a test cut. From there, the petals were positioned onto a piece of fabric and sewn into a pillow. There really is so much you can do with a ScanNCut. Check out AllBrands' amazing prices this week, and thank you for joining me.
All right, guys, so that was our final demonstration of the day. I really hope that you enjoyed our first full day coverage of the Houston Quilt Festival. Thank you again so much for watching. I see some of you folks in the chat have been watching all day, and for that, I salute you. Thank you so very much for tuning in. And we've got a jam-packed day tomorrow, so make sure that you're coming back tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Central Time. Angela Wolf is going to be here with us demonstrating the XP2 throughout the day, and we've got so much more going on. So please, please, please be aware of that. We have so much more to show you, and I cannot wait for you to see it. You are going to love it. You are absolutely going to love it. So with that said, please be sure to rewatch the replay if you missed anything. It's going to be available on our Facebook, our YouTube, and on our website. If you missed anything, head on over to allbrands.com/quiltfest for any information that you want, if you want to look up any information about these products. And again, if you want pricing or any other information, please call our 1-800 number, 1-800-739-7374. That's 1-800-739-7374. But with that, we are going to sign off for the day. So thank you all so very much for tuning in, and we will see you bright and early at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. Bye, everybody.